Let's see. Cool. QQ. Alright, do that. Cool. Alright. Just logged in. There you are. Oh, cool. Yeah, I literally just popped in. So just started. And I already got a gripe, dude. Like, there were like fucking like 3 or 4 cop cars like patrolling this neighborhood for no fucking reason. Like there's nothing like specifically happening. They just happen to be driving around doing just like, you know, like just pretty much being a really an annoyance for as far as I give a fuck. There's all reason for them to be here. Like, I mean, because there's nothing going on in the neighborhood. There hasn't been anything happening in the neighborhood. And yet, like, tonight, for some fucking ungodly reason, like, there is straight up, like, fucking, like 3 or 4 of them just out there just patrolling around today. It wasn't just tonight, like, even earlier today, like, I don't know if they decided to change their fucking patrol routes, but, dude, they've been, like, going up and down this road at least, like, you know, every, like, 5 or 10 fucking minutes, it seems like, and same thing for, you know, the road over here. Ah, fuck, just banged myself there. So, it's just, like, I mean, for some reason, they feel like there's, like, some high criminal traffic or whatever the fuck, so now they're over, you know, so now they've been buzzing around out here and shit. Again, I don't know why. There's no reason, you know, for them to be doing that. Nothing suspicious or weird or whatever the fuck has been happening. So there basically is no reason for them to be, you know, being all weird. Or, you know, just be, you know, patrolling around. I guess they literally got nothing better to do. Or maybe it's at a point where they need to start filling up some quotas, so they're trying to see how many, like, traffic tickets and stuff like that, citations they can get. You know, they can, how many of those they can swing out. What's up? What's up, me? Hey, Zooks. What are you barking about? There's nothing for you to be barking about. Yeah, Smokes. Sometimes I'll mix it in with Bud every now and then. I don't really do it too often, but that's what I have those for. What's going on? Nah, not much. Already having a gripe with like with piggies, you know, tonight, just because they've been just driving around for quite some time and stuff. For some reason today, they decided to just like be patrolling around a lot for some other fucking, you know, reason. Just got back from downtown. Went to Ringside for dinner. Nice. Ringside. I don't think I've heard of that place. At least not that I'm aware of. Doesn't sound like anything I know of. But it sounds pretty lit. I haven't been downtown in a minute. Closest I've been to was like out in Selwood last time when I was hanging out at the river. There's really nothing out there in downtown right now, at least, you know, that, you know, I need to really go out to or check out or anything, but honestly, you know what, that's not even true. There's a few things I can actually think about now that I'm just starting to think about it. So how's work? Today, not too bad. Surprisingly slow for a Friday. Like, it wasn't really that ridiculous. 21st Burnside, an old school steakhouse. Okay, now that sounds awesome. Okay, now I want to go there. That sounds pretty delicious. Fucking phone, really? What's up? Okay, what's that about? What? What's up? Are you good? bud? Oh. Is that why? Oh, I see why. Oh, the neighbor's dog's in their backyard. That's why he's all like, because he wants to hang out with her. Well, now he's in here, checking me out. What's up? What's up, bub? What's up, Boyle? Can I help you? When you decided 20 Burns Holman's Bar and Grill, I highly recommend trying them sometime. They've been around ever but closed during COVID. Damn. But hey, at least they reopened. It's under new management now. Ah. So management probably couldn't operate, so they at least, turn it over to some other people. They at least keep it running and going. That's good, at least. I'll definitely have to check them out at some point. I know Ground Control's actually been a spot I've been meaning to go check out, in a fat minute, because I haven't been there in a long time. You're gonna come down with no gas money? Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Never been to Quarter World? It's on Hawthorne. I think I've seen it, or I've at least heard of it. I know, later this month I'm gonna be, down by, Hawthorne. Well, 48th and Hawthorne. There's like a little punk block party going on at some of the different venues, or the little bars and places like that over there. I think I might have sent you... What? I think I might have sent you some info. That's where it is? Oh, wait, that's where it is? Oh, wait, you're right. No, you're right, yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, because some of the bands, like, I think Los Malvados is playing there. Along with a bunch of other bands, but there's, like, a bunch of other places right next to it, like... Yeah, a few, I forgot the exact names, but there's going to be, like, a bunch of other bands playing at those places, too. So I'm going to send my first speaker. Yeah. I got my money in later today, so sometime tomorrow I'll give it to you. What's up, boy? But it's just staring at me. I'm gonna take a random guess and see if you need some food. Give me a second. Let's see if that's what you need. Oh shit. Man, fuck this bag. Yep. You went right for that. So I think you want me to go. Well, I think I've asked you to make me up, or at least I think I might have invited you to at least check out a couple things, so maybe. I mean, possibly. It might have been that. I mean, that's like the most, like, upcoming thing here for me at least, so. Yeah. Sounds about right. I don't. Gosh, I see how it is. Josh. Oh, that guy, fucking goober. I like how he changes his angle of approach. Oh, you don't have the day off. You have Monday off, Thursday off. Call in sick. Nah, it's all good. Honestly, a lot of things I end up being able to try to go to, like, I fucking end up, like, having nobody available for, which low-key kind of sucks, but at least I know for that Saturday I'm gonna be able to, you know, have at least one buddy potentially show up for that. I wonder if they removed it or replaced it with a stage again for shows. They used to have a giant Tesla coil that could play music for electric arcs. They used to be in Mount Tabor Theater. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know anything about that, but that sounds fucking awesome now. Might kind of helps with the bills. Yeah. It makes it hard to have fun with various adventures and shit like that, like going to block parties. I saw Tim Heidecker from Tim and Eric there once. Shit, nice. So I know they've had shows. Well, yeah, I haven't been over in that area specifically, so I just don't know too much about it. I'd love to go. Yeah, I mean, I'm technically going to be working that day, but I kind of have a favor, you know, basically right now with one of my coworkers, so I'm going to just let her know ahead of time and be like, hey, I'm thinking about going to this, and since I have that day, you know, and I know you're working that day, you know, I'm just going to let you know ahead of time that, you know, I kind of want to, you know, go to that, so I just want to let you know now, so when you show up for work, you could just already have a game plan right then and there ready to go. And plus, I already know there's at least a mid-shift till 8, and I think somebody else until like 6. So, at least for that day, like, I know she wouldn't be totally screwed over. So, as long as I, you know, coordinate with that with her, I'm sure everything will all be chill for that day. I mean, it'll still be a little bit of a hiccup, but, you know, hey, food poisoning. Hang out with your brother. Nice. I'm actually been needing to see how my brother's been doing. Hit him up, see if he actually has any availability, but our days off, like, he has weekends, like, Saturday and Sunday specifically. He literally does, like, like, Monday through Friday, like, instead of 9 to 5, it's like a fucking, like, 5 to 3 or some shit. And then, or something like that. I don't know exactly what his, you know, hours are. And then, on top of that, like, you know, he goes to bed so fucking early. It's just like, ugh. Talking about me. Oh, me? Well, I lived like a few blocks for there for like 7 years. Oh, back guy like 48 hours. Nice. I kind of took a little Google map check out of that specific little area, and it looks like a pretty cool spot. It's great. Man, despite what people say, Portland's always got some cool shit. Bar of the Gods is a good one. That just sounds awesome. Yeah, I definitely need to make my way down that area. Like, I have, you know, it's like, it's been too long since I've really, truly explored Portland for what it is and shit, you know what I mean? Like, and I just need to get back in that fucking vibe again. Like, I really need to get back into that shit. I'm definitely getting there, you know, slowly but surely. I've been trying to see if I can get my friends pressured into that shit, but it's just like, I mean, you know, obviously just due to time or schedules, you know, or due to schedules and, you know, just days off not lining up, it's just a bitch. Just boo. I'm just kind of glad, at least, like, in my little local area, there's at least a couple things to do with, some of my friends that are out in my neck of the woods. Because there's, like, at least Metal T and Logan and Harley, and they live at least relatively close enough, from me where, going to places around here at least ain't that big of a deal. But at least get, like, the whole gang together and shit, that's the bitch, though. That's the problem. Like, to get, like, one friend together or something like that ain't a problem. But to get the whole crew, that's just a bitch. And it definitely annoys me, and I'm sure I ain't the only one. I know, at least, for Logan's case, like, it seems like it's due to his relationship as to why, he doesn't seem like he, has been hanging out as much. And his health, like, I mean, I know it seems like he's been having some pretty bad, like, health issues and shit. And obviously relationship problems, and that seemed like it's probably going to fizzle out. Which, in a way, I just kind of hope it does, just in a sense that it's just better for both of them, I think. They're just not compatible with each other, I feel like in the reason why is I think because they have two similar personalities. Like, they're two, like, what would it be, like, passionate or, like, confident in their, like, projection of self when it comes to, like, their opinion or personality. And, when you have that, going with another personality that's pretty much damn near the same, albeit differently, it likely is going to clash. And sometimes it could clash and be fine, but, not in this case. I mean, it just seemed like it wasn't going to work out, and honestly, like, all of us as friends were looking at that being like, I don't know, seems like it would be fine, and hopefully it all works out, but we don't know, dude. And now we're all kind of like, yeah, we kind of knew that. It's like, oops. I mean, at least it's a learning experience for him. I mean, honestly, like, I don't think it's, like, bad at the end of the day. I mean, hey, we all got our, relationships, and we all got, the pitfall stuff like that. It happens, whatever. But it just kind of shows that, like, hey, obviously, beauty and looks and certain aspects about, a person aren't everything, and sometimes if there's not enough things that meld together enough, and too much clashes, then things won't be compatible when it comes to a relationship like that. I mean, maybe as, like, friends, but certainly not as a relationship. No, I feel like he's starting to get that now at this point. And from what he's told us, he's kind of getting sick of it. Which is honestly why he just needs to nip it in the bud. It's like, just gotta cut it off, dude. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's like ripping the Band-Aid off, And it's like, sometimes you just gotta do it. It's obviously gonna hurt. It's not gonna be fun, but, hey, it's what needs to be done. And I think both of them will come out, like, better people and stronger over it and stuff. I mean, I don't think either of them are bad people or anything just because they aren't compatible and stuff. I mean, plenty of times people have relationships and they're not compatible, so it's whatever. If anything, I just want to see my homie because it's been a while. But Harley needs to get walking again. Get his leg fixed. Poor Harley. He's probably gone insane. From what he's told me, he's, like, certainly has had, like, a mental change a little bit about, like, things. Just because he's been really, like, handicapped, with, being, having a broken leg and shit. I mean, I'm sure it does. I mean, it's like, I'm sure that's going to kind of, like, give you a mental change for a bit, especially considering it's like, you can't do your traditional normal shit. You can't even work or anything like that. And it's just like, you're just kind of like stuck at home for the most part, outside of potentially trying to go out and do stuff. And learn how to do the crutches and whatever the fuck. I mean, it's just like, man, I really do feel bad for him. Poor bro. Man, why does it feel like that? Like, pretty much all the homies got some shit going on. Outside of, like, Metal T and, like, Stefano. Like, they're the only ones that seem like they got shit kind of fine for the most part. All things Gucci outside. Well, not Stefano, because he has this problem with the apartment, and there's been bullshit with that. Yeah, in a way, Metal T is actually the one who's actually kind of got, like, shit not happening right now when it comes to, like, bullshit or whatever the fuck. Stefano's got his apartment bullshit. Logan's got his relationship bullshit. I got my mom with her health and stuff, with, shit about that. And then there's, Harlan's broken leg. It's like, fuck. All the homies got shit happening, dude. Boom. It's like, no one can just catch a break. Can, like, humanity have, honestly, legit, like, a collective moment of just, like, having a break and just chilling out? I feel like that would do us some good. We don't have to, like, all smoke weed or anything like that, necessarily. Though I think I'd argue that most of us should. But, at the very least, like, I mean, all of humanity just needs to have, like, a fucking chill day. Like, and just procrastinate all day. For, like, a day. And just fuck things off for a minute. And then, like, the next day, once they all just kind of, like, just kind of lazed off for a bit, and just kind of refresh the brains and shit, like, then, try to go back to business as usual. Because I feel like that, the little refresh could help. I feel like having a little refresh moment, all taking a step back would probably help. Because goddamn. I'm pretty sure, like, humanity could use a collective break. Just like, hey, we all need a goddamn break. Because, goddamn. I certainly need it. All my friends certainly need it. Ooh, I feel pretty good. It's had a smell to it. Oh, this is from it. Yep. Nah. No. It wasn't like that this morning. It went through a fermentation process throughout the day. And now it just fucking, now it's hitting it. Fuck. Well, there's only like a glass left in that. I mean, whatever. But fuck. I was hoping to have a little bit of that. Well, guess I gotta grab some more tomorrow. That's a disappointment. I knew as soon as I like opened it, I was like, wait a minute, hold on. It wasn't like strong, but it was subtle enough for me to be like, wait. And the quick little taste test that solidified it. I was like, oh man. It wasn't strong, but it was there, and I was just like, fuck. I just hate that, especially when it's like the last little bit, because it's like, man, it's like you don't really expect it to go bad yet, so you're thinking, oh, it'd still be good, so you're already thinking about grabbing it, like a backup or whatever, or having like a new one ready to go or something like that. So then you open it up and you're like, wait a minute, there's like the slightest little hint of like, wait, and You just do a quick little sample taste, and you're like, "Yep, no." Man, that just gives you a level of disappointment. It's just like, fuck. So now I just feel sad. It's like, man, I was kind of hoping for a little bit of that tea. We'll see if we're still open. You know what? I'm settled. I'm kind of sitting here. I got Powerades over here. Diet Gatorades, basically. Whatever the fuck they are. Well, not diet, literally, but... Because I guess technically they can be, like, diet. At least for Powerades, they're like... They have, like, a different design to it, but I don't know what specifically it is. I don't know if it's, like, no sugar or what. I think it's just, like, no sugar. As everything else, just been no sugar. Which I guess makes sense, but still. Yeah. Where'd he go? Oh, he's over there. Oh, yeah, there he is. Goofy little dog. Goofy little doggo. Just a ball of sweetness. But an absurd one at that. I have a feeling he's probably just gonna like boof at some randomly here too. Probably like the next 5 to 10 minutes or less. Or it could just be in a, you know, sleepy zen. I prefer that. I prefer the sleepy zen. I feel like that'd definitely be better. Sweet little chunk. He's just a little sweet boy. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised he ain't like a fucking chunk. I mean, to be honest, like, I mean, the little fluff ball is like half chunk and then half like thin. Like his chest and his neck and like his head area is like all thick and shit, but as soon as you hit that body, it's just all like very small. Small bean. He's definitely a weirdly built dog. I mean, not that weird, but, I mean, it's certainly a strange one. But it's just a strangeness that, you know, only a weirdo like me could love. Well, anyone really could. I mean, he's just the most lovable dog in the world, frankly. Little goof. I think I'll grab a little bit of that. And some of that. There we go. Here. That's what's going on for tube today. Well, actually, I'm not kidding. There's fucking onion nuggets that was going on from earlier with some different things with the news. Oh, and then of course, the classic Velma of the day as well. I love those. I love the Velma of the days. It's just a nice, you know, ability to just like, you know, like appreciate like, you know, some artistic, you know, means of, you know, like interpretation of characters and cosplay and stuff. I'm not like, you know, usually like a big dude into like cosplays and shit, but every now and then there's some motherfuckers out there that can nail it, and I'm like, hey. Like, I remember one time when I was at WizardCon that someone, like, pretty much looked like a fucking photocopy of Spock, like, from the original series. Like, Leonard Nimoy if he was young. Like, I mean, you know, some people can just rock the cosplay. And I love that type of shit. But I would argue that there's a pretty decent amount of people that aren't like that great at it. But the confidence and ability and just the general appreciation is still good. And it's still really cool. And the fact that just the attempt was made. The fuck is he even rambling off about? I don't even think he's like making words. I think he just stops saying words after a certain point. Well, that's a word. Forget a lighter?
No, I don't have a smoke. I'm hoping
What the fuck, lol. I know, that was just so random. It's like, shit! And he just walks off after, random mumbling about the dog, I think. I'm like, hey, need a lighter? It's like, nope, I need to smoke. And I'm like, oh, you forgot those. I mean, my goodness. Dude, he is, the old man, for as strange as he is, he can be unintentionally kind of amusing. Because that was just kind of amusing right there. I don't even know, I'm just, I don't even know. It's just like, that was just like a random boomer moment if I've ever seen one. It's like, oh my goodness, doggo, oh, you're so sweet. And it's like, shit, I forgot my smoke. Alright, better go grab him. Like, what the fuck? My lord. Definitely random for sure. My goodness. My fucking goodness. Here, let's see. Whoa, YouTube do its thing.
Dude, we should really try the ultimate stand one day.
Motherfucker, hold on. Come on, full screen, you asshole.
We need $1,000
Hold on.
to start the show now. Oh, that's a good idea, dude. Just start.
Dude, what if a show did that? Like, it has like the stream starting soon thing, and it's like, in order to start the stream, you have to like reach the $1,000 goal or something. I feel like someone like Vosh could probably get away with that. DFF not so much. And why in the fuck does it not want me to full screen it? YouTube, can you not be a hoe? Okay, now it's not being a hoe. Cool. Alright. There we go.
Yeah. We'll just be like, we need $1,000 to even start the show now. Oh, that's a good idea, dude.
$1,000 to start the show.
Start the stream with just a static image that says like $1,000 to begin the show. Yeah.
Well,
That's a real scam, dude.
Back doing something. Have someone.
Oh my god, what if these Manosphere, bro podcasts and shit, like, hey, I'm totally a masculine alpha male and definitely not gay bro podcast, 8,000, number 8,204. Like, I mean, what if they did that? Like, just because, nothing could really stop them at that point. It's like, hey, the stream is technically going. You're gonna watch the show, but in order for it to really start and actually watch it, $1,000 have to go in. And those motherfuckers would be ranking in so much more cash than they already are. I mean, I guess, if it ain't broken, don't, fix it, I guess, but, it seems like it would be an easy thing to do.
Stream, hit the $1,000. We'll go on there for like 10 minutes.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up? I'm tired, man. My back hurts.
Yeah, that wouldn't hurt your brand anyway,
The brand? Wait a minute. That guy thinks these guys have a brand?
I don't think it would.
Oh my god, hurt your brand though, bro.
I don't think it would.
I love these streamers that think of everything in terms of like a brand.
Bruh.
The brand.
Oh yeah, I need to think about my brand here for a second. Here, let me think about what I should say here. What the fuck?
We're a bunch of toners that aren't reliable, scamming, unreliable neckbeard pieces of shit. Yeah, I think that'd really hurt our brand.
That would really hurt our brand, bro.
What?
Oh my fucking god, that is just beautiful, dude. Holy shit. So what the fuck, man, dude. There. Okay, hold on. I want to kind of get to the beginning here so we can begin our analysis of Velma. I'm already having some, I'm already seeing some, a certain, like, very different, major difference in comparison to previous Velmas. Not much of a chunky Velma. Like, a lot more of a, thinner Velma, for sure. But, still, at the end of the day, fundamentally, thick in all the right places, as Velma should. And actually, in a way, like, I feel like this is kind of more akin towards, like, kind of like the more OG, like, cartoon Velma in a way. Because, I mean, the original character wasn't really, like, that chunky. I mean, if anything, she just had a very thick orange sweater. I mean, hence the point, but you could tell, at least, underneath that sweater, there's a little thickness going on in the right place, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I mean, I feel like this is actually the closest, at least in accuracy, as a Velma. I mean, maybe not so much as, like, for a flavorful interpretation, even though that certainly is there, but, like, this is probably, like, a legit, like, very accurate, like, Velma to, like, the OG Velma right there.
While you guys are buying those tickets, as you well and rightly should, I'm going to tell you about these people.
Yeah, he's in there.
React to this this Velma. I don't know who she is. I know the photographer is Rick Frame, art and photography.
I like this one. This one's like I don't want to like assume a racial background, but she looks kind of like an Arabic Velma.
Now that kind of Paul mentioned it, yeah, I could kind of see that a little bit. A little bit, maybe Persian, a little. I mean, I could kind of see that.
I don't know what her ethnicity is, but
I mean, I don't know, yeah, but not that it really matters. But I mean, hey, I like it though.
I think she's pulling off the look very well, and you know what I like about her that has been a complaint with some of these previous Velmas is she does not look like she wants to speak to your manager. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she definitely like has the kind of like that. I don't know what you would even call that look.
I am the manager.
There's like an inherent.
There's the speaking to your manager haircut, and then there's the I am the manager haircut. That's the I am the manager haircut.
Niceness to Velma. Like, she doesn't really have much of a mean streak in her.
Yeah.
You really don't see Velma going off on people too much. Like, she might get a little flustered or something, but she's not, like...
She might get sassy.
Feelings or acting like a fucking...
I mean, honestly, like, I feel like Velma kind of gets, like, passive-aggressive sassy. I don't really think she gets, like, aggressive. I think she just kind of gets sassy.
I asked the question. I gotta ask the question that everyone's on their mind right now, TJ.
Do it.
Do Rick Frank. Dip that
Rick
wick.
Frank, dip his wick on this?
Damn right. I knew that was going to be the question. Did he dip his wick? And you know what? He probably did.
I mean, I don't know. Photographers do have a reputation for sleeping with their models.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. There is a hint of truth to that. I really can't say how accurate it is because it's only anecdotal. But my Uncle Robert, before he passed, he was a photographer. At least to some part, that's how he met my mom. And he he would every now and then make just like, yeah, when I was running my business, sometimes like, thought about like, what if I just had a sign that says, help wanted but women only, or blah blah blah, like, because it was kind of like frankly the sleazy, like kind of thing where it's like, hey, if I have like models or even like coworkers even, then it's like it can open a door or some shit, which it's just kind of like the Weinstein-esque, like, sleaze baggy kind of thing, and as far as I'm aware, he didn't do that, and he made jokes about it and inferred that he wanted to, so I'm assuming he never did. But, it's one of those things where it's like, Yeah, it's there a little bit. Like I said, it is anecdotal, so I can't say if that is like across, like the board in a sense of like it's more common than whatever. But I don't really think it's that common. But there's certainly like a underbelly of things like this just with any like industry, frankly.
That is kind of Me Too-y these days, but who knows? I don't know if Rick Frayne is woke. Or if he's more of the old school.
I mean, like, what if she came on to him? I mean, why is it always the photographer that's come on to the... I mean, what if...
I don't know, Scotty. I mean,
this beautiful image was captured and then suddenly...
Yeah, she just felt so compelled and it was like, this is so beautiful. You're such a great artist and just like lunged to him, dude. Yeah, you never know. Yeah, TJ. You don't fucking know. You don't know, TJ.
They had sex.
Yeah.
I don't know. It could be.
I mean, how's it Me Too? I mean, so women are not allowed to be independent and pursue relationships?
I mean, I never said anything like that, Scott.
I mean,
in a way, arguably, I can say that as long as it's outside of, like, work relations, like, sexual relations can be fine amongst coworkers. I mean, actually, it happens a lot. But, I mean, it's mostly, fundamentally more about the power dynamic and the consensuality aspect of it all. And, like, obviously, like, if you have, somebody being like, whatever the fuck, and, like, kind of using their power and their ability to kind of get what they want, like, kind of Weinstein-esque kind of, like, sleazebag vibes, then that's where the whole, thing comes meritable. But, I mean, especially when it comes to, like, like various things, especially when it comes to more like, NSFWS, like, photography or artwork, mediums in that way. I mean, it honestly isn't really that uncommon for, like, like the photographers or, people themselves in that way, to kind of partake to an extent as well. In fact, I mean, sometimes there's even jokes about that, like, with some people's like, hey, they were nice enough to include the cameraman, and shit like that. I mean, so, it happens, you know what I mean? It's like, it can happen, and if all consensual and shit, I don't see anything wrong with it, obviously, but, it's like, once it gets to the Weinstein sleazebag levels, that's where the issues lie, and that type of shit needs to be held accountable, absolutely, because it's fucking gross.
Fine, TJ. It's kind of
putting words
down on women.
Fucking mouth.
Yeah,
put words in my mouth, bitch.
I mean, look, when you put them there yourself,
damn right, TJ.
Hard to, try to backpedal.
I was just talking about the reputation of some photographers to take these kind of pictures. I quit heroin in 2013, found you guys right after. 10 years later, I completed my master's in clinical social work. Watching you all has been about the only constant through it. Thank you so much for the steady distraction.
Well,
damn.
Congratulations on the degree, man.
Is that you and me in your profile pic? I think
Wait, was it?
Well,
oh shit, yeah, there is Paul in there. Yeah, that's Paul right there. Oh, that's cool.
Watching you all has been about the only constant through it. Thank you so
Dude,
much.
hell yeah.
For the
profile pic? I think it was.
Yeah.
That does look like it's you.
Looks like
Dude, good on that guy.
Oh.
It's definitely me in there.
Yeah, that's definitely Paul.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that's awesome.
Probably so. Probably someone who came to one of our meetups.
That's some good shit.
That looks like the 16-bit meetup.
And that's a pretty cool fucking story too. It's always kind of interesting, when you come out here and just like talk a bunch of dumb shit every night, and then you find out that it actually meant something to somebody. Anyway.
Hey, it does. I mean, honestly, as much as like people like them don't really realize it, that shit does. Especially when they've been doing it for as long as they have. I mean, they've been doing this shit for like. I mean, at least over a decade at this point. Well over a decade, actually. Like, fucking what? Like, at least, like, 17-something years, for, like, for all of them. TJ a little longer, probably more like fucking 18 years.
But by the time it reaches you, it's not going to be a tropical storm anymore.
Oh, boy. Yeah, this old bad boy. Hillary in the house. Hillary in the... Well, I guess it wouldn't be in the White House. It would be like Hillary on the coast, Hillary on the West Coast, Hillary on the coast, Hillary on the West Coast. It's like, oh no. I did, when Hillary was going to get some vengeance, I didn't realize it was going to come in this form, dude. She's striking back with some vengeance. she like conjured, you know, a fucking hurricane, dude. Like, oh god. Oh fuck.
It's probably not going to make landfall, at least not in California, as a hurricane. Probably a tropical storm by the time it hits California. And by the time it reaches where you are, it should be, you know, probably just a really nasty storm. But it's still kind of crazy because California is not particularly used to getting storms like this. So,
Yeah, like I said,
Dude, I don't even think I've heard of like hurricanes hitting the West Coast before. I've heard of like crazy severe like tropical storms and shit, but like full on fucking hurricanes? I mean, that's new, like, at least to my knowledge.
hurricane that made, that threatened California was in like, I think it was like 1868 or some shit like that.
Oh shit, so I guess there actually has been in the past, but it was like in the 1860s when it happened? That long ago? Considering that, like, it's that much of a rarity with something like that, I would argue that that's probably bad. Like, that it, you know, it's coming back, and potentially it's going to be a more reoccurring thing. I mean, by the time this hits landfall stuff, like, by the time it reaches me, basically, it's just going to dissipate into, like, some, you know, bunch of rain and, you know, probably just, like, you know, any typical summer rainstorm or some shit, which we haven't had in a while, to be fair. I mean, so, like, it's not, like, it's not going to be, like, you know, gnarly in the sense of, like, you know, it's just going to be constant and consistent. But it's definitely going to hit it pretty bad. Because, especially California, they're not used to this shit. They haven't had stuff like this before. They weren't fucking used to all the rainfall they had earlier this year. That flooded a bunch of shit. Like, they are not, again, like, everything that, like, California has been dealing with for, like, the last, like, 10 plus years or so. Like, what's going on this year has pretty much been the exact opposite. Like, I mean, they don't know how to cope with it. I mean, in a way. I mean, like, I guess there is a weird silver lining. They ain't dealing with wildfires. Things like the drought problem and stuff aren't going to be as big of an issue, but the infrastructure and a lot of other things, you know, about their, you know, like, the grids and, you know, their city stuff, they're not going to be able to handle this. And especially San Diego, oh my god, it's going to be pretty gnarly.
So this is definitely a rare occasion, for sure.
Atlantic has 4 storms right now. They're coming for me. I mean,
4 storms? Oh my god.
It's gonna be it's gonna be a hell of a hurricane season, and it's gonna be a hell of a hurricane season from here on out.
Oh yeah.
Hurricane Hillary, it's her time.
Hillary on the coast, Hillary on the west coast, Hillary on the coast. I'm just thinking about that Hillary in the White House song.
Keep in mind, too, that California doesn't have all of the things that, like, areas in the South that are prone to this have, like berms and fucking
levees and shit.
Levees and shit like
seawalls.
That. There's not a lot of...
Well, I'm sure they have seawalls, but nothing that can handle this. I'm sure they have seawalls to handle, like, rough tides and shit. Not this, you know, like, whatever they have won't be able to handle this.
Seawalls and shit in California.
Well, it would be like if there was suddenly a fucking giant earthquake in Louisiana, you know? Like, there's no fucking preparedness for that event.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, this, I think, shows why there needs to, at least, you know, at some level, be like a standardized, across-the-board, like, jack-of-all-trades ability to react to anomalies, you know, when it comes to environmental disasters that may potentially happen, you know, in different states. I mean, I say anomalies in the sense that they're atypical of what usually happens as a disaster. Like, for example, if, like, an earthquake hit Louisiana, which I don't think would happen, but hypothetically, let's say. Or, like, this hurricane for California. Like, you know, if a state doesn't have resources to accommodate and deal with, you know, what's needed, then the federal government needs to have, you know, some sort of resources, you know, and quick, you know, means of rapid infrastructural, you know, like, efforts to, you know, accommodate to whatever is possible, at least before the storm hits and after the fact and stuff like that. Like, and actually have, like, a full, strong, cohesive, structural plan when it comes to things like that. I mean, because then you'll at least have specialists and, some equipment set aside, stuff like that, that can basically be rapid response, anywhere in the country, like with like the Army Corps of Engineers or some shit, to, go into an area and at least have some sort of, logistical, means to address the problems going on. And to at least, minimize the destruction that could happen from shit like this. I mean, it just needs to be the case. I mean, like, FEMA and, like, our emergency response when it comes to things, it's just so fucking lackluster and bullshit that there needs to at least be a bare minimal standard and a heavy investment on that. And just, like, I mean, I just have minimal because, like, holy shit. I mean, because these more atypical things that are going to be happening, like hurricanes on the West Coast and shit like that, I mean, it's going to be a fucking wake-up call, and, I mean, it already is for a lot of people. So it's like, I mean, there needs to at least be some sort of a minimal, like, national effort, at least in a sense of, like, having a backup plan, if a state isn't able to accommodate for that. Because California isn't going to be able to accommodate for this, especially right off the bat. I mean, they're going to in the future. I guarantee you that, the state government's going to, like, probably push some legislation to be like, hey, we should probably have some stuff to address things like hurricanes and really bad tropical storms, because this is probably going to happen more often. So it's a wake-up call now. But, I mean, because who knows, how often this is going to be. Is this going to be like a once-a-year thing? Is it going to be kind of like on... and around the South where it's like you can have like, 4 something a year at minimal, or like 8 or 9, or like, I mean, it's like it can, who knows how bad it's going to get with that. And honestly, frankly, it's just only going to accelerate with that either way. We're just talking about more of the immediate following years, not more short to long term shit here. Talking like the next 5 years. I mean, we don't know how like bad this is going to get, when it comes to this type of stuff. Because, I mean, like, I don't even think Oregon is honestly, like, ready for shit like this. And honestly, there are certain areas of Oregon and stuff that are kind of prone to flooding and landslides, stuff like that. I mean, but I don't know if we would have, like, any infrastructure or anything like that to actually, like, solve, or not necessarily solve, but at least mitigate, something like this. Not that I think we'd be the most heavily impacted off of it, but, I mean, it's still something that, like, whatever, that hurricane is, that hits, California on the West Coast, from the South, however strong that is, we're going to be hitting, basically the last little aftermaths of that shit up here in the PMW. And if it's like a gigantic fuck you, destroying everything type of hurricane, it's going to be pretty bad up here too. I mean, without a fucking doubt. I mean, this one, probably not. Like, we'll probably get some pretty decent storm, weather and stuff, when it hits here. But by that point, it's not going to be a hurricane anymore. I mean, arguably, it probably won't be by the time it hits, most of California. I mean, it's just going to be mostly in the southern mainland area, especially with Baja California area with medical.
A little preparation in California for a fucking hurricane to hit, because hurricanes don't hit fucking California. But... there you go.
So there's a good chance that San Diego and that kind of area gets pretty fucking inundated with this.
There's a great video.
But yeah, I have a feeling that this is going to be a much more common thing as the years progress.
Man.
Well, good job.
Yeah, and it's a pretty nasty storm too. I mean, like, this is when I look, if you live in Louisiana or the Gulf Coast region where hurricane, Florida, places like that, you pretty much get to a point where you can look at a hurricane and know if you're looking at a fucking serious storm or not.
Yeah, I mean, this one's got that real tight eye.
Yeah, when you see this kind of fucking shit with the tightness and the eye right there that's very defined.
Opened all the other cages.
That's a fucking crazy storm. Because a lot of these hurricanes and shit, like, they got the hurricane.
This storm looks pretty fucking crazy. This shit's stretching all the way from here.
It's like the Great Escape or something like that. This one dog came and opened up all the dog cages and all the dogs ran off.
But this thing looks fucking like it's built like a fucking beast.
They got another, like, fucking tropical storm thing going on over there. And then you got this hurricane, and it's just fucking stretching all the way over here, too. Like, I mean, at least, it's kind of crazy how you can see, like, some of these wind currents and wind patterns. Because, like, you could see where some of this, like, energy is getting built into that. And then, like, some of it gets split off and bled into this, which this isn't really like a full-on hurricane, but this bad bitch is. And she got a big trail. She got a tail, dude.
California is in for some fucking crazy shit.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I ain't gonna doubt, you know, TJ's word. I mean, he lived in Louisiana for a long time, had to deal with a lot of hurricanes. Like, that is a fuzzy little dot for how small and tight that is.
Where'd you go, you old blood-sucking motherfucker?
Yeah, pretty goddamn sure. So, yeah, this is gonna be fucking scary for a lot of people. And, I don't know exactly what it's gonna do, but it's gonna do some crazy shit.
I love this.
A lot of damage, that's what it's gonna do.
Yeah.
One dog managed to get out of
San Diego.
cage, and it went and freed all the other dogs.
I'm in San Diego. I have prepared by buying Sterno dry ice and charging all my power banks. I mean, you know.
Good luck to that guy.
Yeah, I mean, if you're real close to the fucking water line, you might want to consider maybe getting the fuck out of Dodge for a couple of days. But
yeah, maybe plan.
Yeah, if I was on the west coast of Southern California or San Diego or something, I would be taking a vacation somewhere inland.
I don't know.
At least you're planning something. I get the feeling that a lot of people, even with all this news, are just going to be like, oh, whatever. You know what I mean? Because they're just not used to this shit.
I mean, this is what happened when there was that crazy, you know, one that hit New York and shit. They weren't used to that. They didn't really know.
Hurricane Sandy, you talking about?
Yeah, they didn't really know how to fucking prepare and like.
Dude, like subways fucking like flooded and shit.
This is serious. This is way worse than what we thought it was gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, the land is shrinking in so many parts of the East Coast of the United States. I mean, obviously around the world, too. California is not quite as bad when it comes to that. But, yeah, actually, you know what's interesting? The place of California that's shrinking the fastest is actually the Central Valley of California because of all the groundwater they're pumping out.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Yeah, pump out all that underwater aquifers, because that totally won't be disastrous.
I love these articles. Inflation will remain sticky for a decade, and Gen Z and millennials are to blame.
Oh my god.
Culprits! It's not old people.
Those goddamn millennials.
It's all those people who have nothing that caused this, you know what I mean?
All these people that can like barely afford anything or like surviving on scraps, like, oh my god, yeah, they're at fault for that, yeah. Like, what the fuck?
Now, in fairness, this is from February of 2023, but it just came to my attention recently. So.
Well, this is an oracle. I mean, they've been doing shit like this for a while, though. Like, oh, all the problems, you know, that obviously were caused by, like, people like us. Nah, we're gonna blame, you know, like, the younger generation, because obviously, you know, they're just idiots. Even though they have no power to fucking do anything.
Recession fears. Americans have continued spending over the past year to keeping businesses open and people employed. Even now, as the money many people saved during the pandemic dries up, spending is still going strong, but the commitment by U.S. consumers to buy and then buy some more is a double-edged sword. While it's keeping the economy humming, it could also lead to inflation and high prices for years to come.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
These horrible people, they have to survive in the world they live in. They have to keep going to the grocery store and buying food. They're to blame.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the people that need to continuously buy in order to survive, they're the problem here. Like, of course, it cannot be the fact that they, you know, are struggling by every metric and are unable to afford any basic sense of quality of living. No. Yeah, it's not that at all. It's not us that's the problem. It's these damn millennials and these Gen Zers who don't know what's what.
Right.
They don't know what a bootstrap is if they were shown how to tie it.
All these pores that have no agency in the market are somehow to blame for the market's fucking continuous bullshit, you know?
I mean, look,
Weird how that works.
I'm sure with the shit going on in the world, that the raw cost of materials and labor have increased. But with record corporate profits, you just see it over and over again across the globe. And saying, well, it's all these millennials and these Zoomers and everyone else. They're causing it. It's like, no, it's corporate greed. That's causing a lot of it.
So here's the problem. We have 92 million people between 22 and 42, and they're all...
Yeah, I want to make sure I can actually kind of read this. When it's, there we go. Do that.
Going to spend their money on necessities the next 10 years, whether the stock market's good or bad. Oh, those fucking monsters.
Ugh.
Why you done what you done, millennials and Gen Z?
You damn youngins. You damn youngins and your ability to not spend much.
What you done?
Ruined it for all of us.
What about those
Boom.
baby boomers in the 80s and stuff? Think about that, you know, like inflation was sky high. Interest rates were like 17%. I remember talking to my dad as a kid. And he said he bought a house in the 80s and it was like, he told me, like, I got a good deal on the house because at the time interest rates were so high and I only paid 13%.
Dude, back in the day, like when me and my parents bought a home here, like houses on average are about like $100,000 to about $200,000, give or take, around here. They're about like $700,000 to like $900,000 now. It is skyrocketed immensely. I mean, it could be one thing if it went to like 300 to 400 or maybe like 500 or something like that, but like to damn near $1 million for like a home out here when that used to be $100,000, give or take, at the more cheaper end. That's fucking pretty ridiculous. That's insane.
Other people were paying some people paying 15%.
And it was cheaper for us because, I mean, the house was built after we bought the land. The land was, you know, if you just bought a plot of land, that was obviously way fucking cheaper.
I was like, you fucking kidding me? So this is nothing new. Every generation just gets blamed for somehow, like, wherever the youngest generations are, they fucked it up. All the old people who have all the power and money are like, wasn't us.
Definitely wasn't us. We've earned our keep, obviously, by, you know, grubbing it up and absorbing all of it for everyone else to not be able to have whatsoever. Fuck you, I got mine. Basically just the mentality of just, like, these greedy fucks.
How convenient.
These damn millennials spend all that money on necessities like a bunch of losers.
Yeah, I mean,
If only they spent that on things that were, like, consumeristic. Now, if only they had money to do that, though. I wonder what the, you know, way you could solve that would be.
Built the system and put them in it, and then, you know, they complain that gas prices are so high. It's not our fault. Actually, you guys own all the companies that do that and exploit them. Well, yeah, but, I mean, what do you want us to do about it? Like,
if you millennials would stop fucking buying groceries, fucking inflation would get under control. So, you know, it's really your fault.
If y'all just, you know, quit, you know, spending groceries and bought more, like, consumeristic goods and just, like, starved a little more, you know, things would probably, you know, turn out a little better, you know what I mean? It's like, I mean, what the fuck? Like, like, this idea that just, like, I mean, this is just honestly how you create such a, like, level of animosity when it comes to, like, yeah, when it comes towards, you know, like, you know, the youth and shit, when it comes to, like, especially a capitalistic system. Because when you basically just do nothing more but just, like, pin the blame on them, or, like, especially when it comes to them trying to earn their keep as, like, a worker, you know, barely able to, like, make rent and, you know, groceries and shit. And then you have articles like this that, like, you know, insult them, you know, when it comes to their just, like, basic humanity, being like, nah, you know, this idea that you buy groceries and have to, like, you know, use your money for necessities, nah, that's a problem there, buddy. Have you heard of a thing called a loan? Have you heard of called being in debt? Because that makes us more profitable.
You, man. Well, that was literally the shit that was flooded. Was like, oh, well, we just need massive unemployment. If we just, if a bunch of people become unemployed, then inflation will go down. It's like, so a bunch of people should suffer, so they don't have any money, then can't afford those things. Therefore, the problem will be solved.
Would you quit kicking the can?
It doesn't really seem like a solution.
Quit being America, kicking the can.
It fucking is.
You just go without. We'll have plenty, and it'll be cheaper for us, and you'll get nothing.
My new favorite Orwellian term: wage inflation.
Oh, you want to know another Orwellian term that I love that I've heard before? Is time theft. It's where, like, oh, if you happen to take a lunch break or a little bit of a longer break than you probably should or something like that, oh, that's time theft. You're actually taking money away from the corporation because, oh, God forbid that, you know, like you know, get paid your proper wage and shit. Because if not, then, oh, you can actually potentially be, you know, stealing from the corporation by having a wage, you know, while on lunch or something. That's a no-no.
Yes, they demand to be paid more because they can't afford these things.
Newsmax pundit urges conservatives to be more homophobic.
Of course, on Newsmax. Not surprised with that one, to be fucking frank. And also, like, you're not gonna win, like, anybody with that outside of your own stupid fucking cultish, bigoted piece of shit fucks, you know, that happen to already, like, listen to your shit.
Yeah, finally.
At this point?
Yeah, I don't really. This seems like a.
And who's this like black pick-me over here? Like, who's this like Candace Owens clone over here? I mean, like, seriously, I hate the fact that there's like, you know, these pick-me's in the far right, dude. Whether they're like trans pick-me's, you know, like fucking Jenner Blair White, or, you know, black pick-me's like Candace Owens, you know, or whoever the fuck this bitch is, you know, like, you know, or Jesse Lee Peterson. You know, like, I hate these motherfucking pick-me's, dude. Because they just basically undermine their own struggles and shit. Well, maybe not them as an individual necessarily. But at least when it comes to, like, the broader struggle, when it comes to, like, you know, black, trans, gay, or whatever, the, you know, like, whatever demographic they happen to be, like, I'm the good one, you know, of, like, you know, it's just, like, it just really pisses me off. Because, like, they're not going to accept you. They're not going to like you. You know, these two white chuckle fucking, you know, piece of shit, you know, white supremacist, you know, scumbags, they're gonna look at you and throw you in a fucking camp if they had the fucking chance. Or a plantation, whichever they prefer. It's like, you really think they give a fuck about you? I mean, I really wonder what goes through those type of people's heads. You know, like, honestly. It's like, I mean, I get it, like, you know, not every, you know, person is going to be a minority is going to be, like, you know, some bleeding heart progressive or some shit, but to be, like, so conservative that you're down this fucking rabbit hole, I mean, goddamn. Like, that's just, like, a level of, like, what the fuck? Like, I want to study your brain, dude. Because, like, where in the fuck did you go wrong? Did you just, like, sell your soul to, like, the right-wing devil, or did you just, like, never have a soul to begin with? Or, like, I mean, what's going on with that, you know? Like, what the fuck, you know, what's going on with that? Like, I really wonder with that shit. Can I help you? You want more of this meat? You're staring at this bag of meat so hard, dude. Oh my god. Look at you. You goober. Mwah. You sweet boy.
Anyway. Unnecessary urge here.
Oh, it is, Paul. Conservatives need to be more homophobic and take it up a notch, a right-wing pundit said Wednesday on Newsmax, claiming,
I wonder which of the three said that, honestly.
This is a war between good and evil, and people need to stand tall. The call for heightened bigotry against the LGBTQ community came during a discussion in which Newsmax host Eric Bolling and his guests raged against Assistant Secretary for Health Rachel Levine, who has frequently been the target of right-wing attacks for being transgender and for advocacy for gender-affirming care.
Oh my god, the fucking horror.
Conservative media centering much of its content on fear-mongering about groomers as Republicans continue to push anti-trans legislation. The latest outrage lighting up the right-wing ecosphere revolves around Levine praising Identity Alaska, a gender clinic in Alaska. Soon after, Fox News and other conservatives...
They're freaked out over that shit, like some random fucking clinic in Alaska for, like, the 3 trans people that live in Alaska. I mean, come on, dude. I mean, for fuck's... Dude, they'll freak out and have a hysteria fit over the smallest bullshit, dude. Like, and it's just, like, I mean, dude, like, how much impact or influence is some trans clinic in Alaska gonna do to America? Oh, yeah, that's right, nothing. Because, what, how many trans people live in Alaska? Like, 3? I mean, I'm being a little, you know, like, you know, obviously a little hyperbolic. I mean, Alaska has only, 6, you know, like, 12 people, so, you know. I mean, but either way, I mean, considering that, like, you know, there's not a lot of people that live up there, like, just because they have a clinic that, you know, has more specialists, you know, like, or specialized, you know, like, resources available for, like, the few trans people that happen to live there, why, so what? Why is that bad? Who cares? Like, even if it is, like, some big, oh my god, how dare they try to be spreading, it's like, it's Alaska, why do you give a fuck? Like, none of you weirdos give a shit outside of the fact that Sarah Palin came from there. Like, the only reason why Alaska's on the radar of these Republicans in the first place is because Sarah Palin existed there once, and still does, I think. I don't know. Like, she's over there, like, contemplating life with a moose or something. Like, I don't know what the fuck she's doing. But I'm assuming she's still in Alaska. Like, that's the only reason why Republicans give a fuck, is because she exists. Like, that's pretty much the only reason why it's on their fucking radar anyway. Like, that and probably oil. I don't fucking know. I mean, either way, it's just like, good fucking lord, dude. Like, they give a shit. I mean, it's like, it's one thing when it's like Florida or like, you know, Nashville or whatever the fuck, but it's Alaska. Like, why do you give a shit? Like, my god. It's so pathetic.
Noted that the clinic...
Like, that just shows how sensitive these little fucking snowflakes really are, honestly, dude. Like, they will freak the fuck out. Like, I mean, dude, they're like, what was it? Like, Kansas or, like, Utah or something? Like, there was literally one, like, open trans kid in a high school and was, like, a part of, like, some sort of, like, I think it was, like, a track and field team. I don't know all the details. But, like, basically, you know, that one trans person, you know, like, or that trans teenager, like, had a law purposely built against that one person. You know, essentially. Like, you know, basically, oh, we need to ban Jennifer McCare, stuff like that, and, you know, for high school and under, and blah, blah, blah. Even though there was really only one kid in the state, you know, that was, you know, like, getting that type of treatment. Like, at least openly. So it's like, they basically made legislation, you know, strictly to fuck on one child that happened to be trans, and that was it. At least when it came to the whole aspect of being the one trans child in sports. I mean, obviously, I don't think it was the one trans kid in the state, but, you know, I mean, at least being in sports, though, they were. I mean, it's just like, I mean, yeah, are you done? I mean, it's just like, what the fuck? I mean, they will go hysterical and have a panic when the fact that one person exists. Like, basically. I mean, so they will freak the fuck out over shit like, you know, the, like, dozen trans people that live in, like, Alaska and having some clinics that, you know, are there available for them. Like, that to them is the beginning of the end of Western civilization, fundamentally. In fact, it was, you know, already like that prior because of things like gay legalization or, you know, like, normalization of degeneracy and stuff, and now we're just going so far that it now needs the aggressive push and also the bullshit. I mean, they're fucking puritanical with this shit, and they don't care. I mean, you know, like, if even one, you know, of these side people are very open about it, that's enough to make them go hysterical. Like, and because of that, they have to be even more aggressive and be even more homophobic and bigoted to ensure that there is zero, or at least that are open about it.
Gender-inclusive education guides that suggest replacing the word mother with egg producer or birth parent.
Okay, I feel like that is a little hyperbolic. What, is that something they're advocating, or the clinic is? Because I feel like, at least outside of medical circumstances, I feel like that's a little hyperbolic and a little bullshit. It's like, you know, Anna Kasparian being butthurt over the whole birthing person thing. Like, I mean, I feel like, you know, using terms like that are only more or less, like, you know, exempted specifically for, like, medical terms and stuff. You know, like, I don't think, you know, they're trying to say, oh, yes, people should, you know, use these terms, you know, with their children or, like, in society and growing up, blah, 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 blah. I don't think that's what they're fucking saying. Like, I think, you know, when it comes to, like, medical terminology, when discussing, like, clinical things with you know, doctor to patient, like, or clinician with a patient, I think that's what's being discussed there. Like, it's... Man, I hate the framing with shit like that with these articles, even if it's, like, you know, ostensibly trying to defend, you know, trans people in this way, because it's trying to imply that, like, you know, the use of certain phrases are, like, trying to be enforced in society in a certain way, when that's not the fucking case at all, and it never really was. It's just more about, like, respect, you know, fundamentally, and, you know, and even if you don't understand, at least just, you know, at least understand the bare minimum of the fact that those are concepts, these are things, and even if you don't totally get it, for whatever reason, just respect that. Like, that's what it really fundamentally comes down to, and at least when it comes to especially more clinical aspects, or like a medicinal aspect, when it comes to like a doctor, and their patient, or whatever the fuck, that's, different in comparison to just like your respected pronouns, basically. And so it's more of an encouragement. It's not like some hyper law enforced thing where if you don't do that, you're going to go to jail for 10 years or something. That's not how it works.
Tonight's broadcast of The Balance, Bowling hosted Common Sense executive editor Chris Bedford and Shamika Michelle, a podcaster and Christian rapper, recently had a viral hit.
Ew, gross. That's just a Wait, is that black lady? Wait, is she the Christian rapper? Oh my god. Oh no, she's the one who said, oh god damn it. So the Pick Me pundit, who's a Christian rapper, has her own podcast, she's the one? Dude, man, go fuck yourself. I don't care if you're a Christian musician, you do you on that. But to use that, okay, I know why she's a grifter and a Pick Me. I already know. She was trying to be like some sort of like aspiring, like, black Christian artist, like as a musician, and try to get in with like, maybe certain like churches and stuff, and just never succeeded. And, like she eventually like found like her grift, within the more right-wing based churches and shit, especially when it came to her music and stuff. Especially because her like various different, MAGA rappers and far-right Christian rappers and conservative rappers and artists and shit, like they already exist. So she saw that and found a fucking opportunity. That's what she did. Oh my gosh, she's just another one of those, dude. She's just like another Pick Me, conservative rapper artist, basically. She's a, conservative Pick Me grifty rap artist. And like that's what she is. Dude, man, where in the fuck do they manufacture these fucking grifter or rap artists, dude? Like, I mean, they have to come from some sort of a manufacturing plant, dude. Like, they just, like, chum them out. It's like, alright, here, we'll, this personality, we'll add, their music to be this, and this. We'll make sure there's a lot of Christianity with this one here. And, we'll make her a woman, make her black, to add some extra, points for us. And, alright, send that one out. Alright, so we got, we'll make this guy be kind of like, a white guy, then get some weird-ass looking dreads. Make sure we have a lot of things about, white people are marginalized stuff right there, blah, blah, blah. And we'll call this the Tom McDonald, prototype. We'll send him out, and there we go. Alright, and next one. This is like, bloop, bloop, just churn them out like one after the other, dude. I swear to God, they're just churning them out in like a fucking factory somewhere.
Anti-LGBTQ song, Reclaim the Rainbow.
And Anthony Oliver is another one. So like, we'll make this one a country artist instead. We'll make him talk about like, the plight of work class stuff, which is, I'm sure they will definitely get with that. And actually, make a lot of definite lefties, think that, it's actually, a good guy. So, a little confused people. Make them talk about the Confederacy basically rising again subtly. Some JQ Jewish conspiracy stuff like that. Alright, now Anthony Oliver. Bloop, there you go. Like, they just churn them out, dude. They churn those fuckers out at a factory somewhere.
Well, it's embarrassing. It doesn't appear like we're a serious country. At least our country right now is not very serious about defense.
Your face doesn't look serious. It literally looks like some sort of an animated, like, video game character. Like, what the fuck?
Our country doesn't look serious when people like you are allowed on fucking television, dude.
I mean, it's new, so...
Yeah, I don't know how many fucking... How many households have Newsmax? I don't even know.
One is too many.
God is focused on.
Hopefully 0. And yeah, 1 is definitely too many. Like, man, this is like one of the few things where it's like, this isn't even news. Like, this just needs to be, like, shut down and considered, like, fundamental propaganda and disinformation outlet. Like, this is not news. Like, I mean, what they say, and frankly, I don't give a fuck what, type of opinion they say, think they want to try to just find excuses with. They're just straight up spreading disinformation. That's just what they're built and designed for. And frankly, that would be done pretty quickly when you have things like the fucking fairness doctrine and shit. Like, honestly, we need something like that back.
Trying to figure out maybe why we lost the last 2 wars that we were engaged in. Now, they hoisted this whole...
What? That's why?
What?
Lost the last 2 wars.
We lost them wars.
We lost those wars, now America's brought to shame. What?
Too many faggots out there was being gay. That's why.
Too many queers out there, and thus that's why we lost the wars. The military got gay and woke.
Too much fudge packers packing that fudge.
This man has an audience
Does this guy not know what the Navy is?
Nice.
According to USTV DB figures.
This is definitely too many, but I'm glad it's like that low, I guess.
Bother other people, but how's it any skin off your back if somebody claims to be a woman or an egg producer or whatever they want to call it? But that wasn't actually the end goal here. The end goal was trying to teach it to your children. And this was a gathering of adults. The group he was speaking at...
gathering of adults?
Just tries to talk about...
And again, the same group of people that want to indoctrinate children into Christianity. And all the baggage that comes along with that. Totally fine. Rape, genocide, misogyny, murder...
Incest, like, and literal grooming of of cultism and shit. Like, I mean, there's a lot of that shit that happens within Christianity, and yet and just within these right-wing spheres, and yet nobody will fucking bat an eye to like any of that shit. I was actually watching a Vice news bit, which I would actually pull up, but I think Vice, is a little like DMCA, happy a little bit, so I want to, but like it's basically about this YouTube channel of like this 10-year-old girl that does like gun videos and shit. Like she's like, and her parents have like this gun tube channel, with her being like the main star. And I checked it out. And honestly, like with this, especially with the whole grooming thing, one, she's homeschooled and like basically alone out in the fucking RV woods and shit with her parents, and most of the dudes, watching that content are just weird, like 40 to 60-year-old men that are just like, frankly, like, pedo baiting, and shit. Like, it is fucking creepy, dude. It is just so goddamn fucking weird. But yeah, definitely not grooming. Definitely not like like a bunch of weird PDF file stuff going on. Yeah, none of that's happening whatsoever. It's all innocent. It's all just good stuff. There's nothing political or nothing sinister or anything going on here. No.
Because people don't live the way that God, who supposedly loves them, said it's okay.
And then you got like a subsect of QAnon who's literally following the 13-year-olds, within their fucking cult. So there's also that, like...
The flooding it, killing everyone except people who get to live on a giant boat. All permissible, all fine, good moral lessons. But because someone wrote a book they didn't like, it's just the downfall of civilization every time. Just fear-mongering. Never-ending fear-mongering.
Civilization is always collapsing over this shit,
Yeah, but it's okay, but if God literally destroys all human civilization, totally permissible.
Well,
totally
then it's that's fair.
Yeah, then it's okay. Oh, base.
Yeah, God doing that, like with Sodom and Gomorrah, or like, with the whole flooding of the earth, stuff like that, totally fine. That's A-O-fucking-K. But, if those damn queers do that shit, and if the damn woke get involved in that, then oh hell no. This bun bullshit makes us weak.
Destroyed those fucking apes.
One that preaches this stuff to K through 12 education, that tells kindergartners this is not, gender is not a real thing. It's predatory, and
it ain't though. It's a social construct there, bitch.
I think telling kindergartners gender is not a real thing.
Yeah.
And also, no one's telling kindergartners that. Like, kindergartners barely got a concept of, like, of anything related to that, let alone gender itself. Fuck off. Give me a break.
It's not like these people actually make arguments based on something that's really happening. Just kind of make up
whatever
whatever they
people
want.
that say there's like they make fun of the fact that there's a million genders. So like, why would they teach them there was none? Like, there's no genders.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, which is it? Is there like a million genders or is there no genders? Like, you can't have but both ways. You cannot have it both ways. I'd argue there's no genders. That's, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, more correct. Whatever gender you want to identify with, as far as I'm concerned, is a gender. There you go. Boom. Which obviously, like, we got, like, a lot of the most common ones out there and shit. Which, as far as, like, who cares? Like, I mean, that's literally what I say about it. Like, literally, who gives a shit? But, like, because the kindergartens aren't, being taught this shit at all. I mean, by any metric. Like, I mean, they're being taught, like, basic English and, like, basic, language arts and, maybe some basic-ass social studies and stuff like that. Like, they're being taught basic shit. Basic math and whatever the hell. Like, and maybe, like, certain behavioral things. Like, like, hey, don't do this. Like, whatever the hell. And then maybe having, like, a moment of nap time or some shit. Like, they're not being taught about, like, gender studies. Like, that's just not happening.
Right now, it's really a thing that says, if you don't accept this predatory mental illness, then you're a bigot, and it is actually coming for your kids.
Shamika, but there's for each of you.
I want to see this dude's porn fucking history, dude.
Yeah, I don't think what else.
Dude, I bet it's... Dude, look at that face. Like, dude, I bet he's got a lot of dirty, dark shit going on in that fucking porn search history, bro. There's probably some weird shit going on.
Dude, coming from my fucking kids.
Tell us, it's not getting any better, though. The more we're talking about it ad nauseum here, but the left just calls us, as Chris points out, we're bigoted and homophobic.
Because you are.
Yeah, because you literally are. Yeah, thanks for being honest about it, you fuck. Because, we're bigoted and, and, like, harmful and hateful and stuff. That's what they call us, because, we kind of are that, So, what do we do? Like, how do we approach this? I don't know. Quit being bigoted fucking morons, you retarded fuck. How about that? Like, I mean, it's not that hard.
Like, when we act bigoted, they're always like,
You bigot! Like, yeah, I wonder why. What the
man? Sorry. There were animals on the boat. Yeah, that's true. Sorry, there were animals on the boat.
We need to be more homophobic. We need to take it up and...
Hey, you know what? Replace that with we need to be more racist. Would you say the same thing then, bitch? Oh, yeah, that's right. You know you wouldn't. Fuck out of here. Fuck you.
We need to be...
fucking pick me.
More. Well, I guess you give her points for honesty. We gotta be even worse than we are now.
We gotta be more bigoted because if they're gonna do it, then we might as well embrace it. It's like, yeah, guess what? You think feeling the same bigotry that, that it's going after gay people is gonna do you any good there, bitch? Because guess what? Those same motherfuckers are also racist pieces of shit. And they're going to be looking at people like you and will have some very unsavory words. Some very unsavory things to say about you. I mean, honestly, like, I can only imagine some of the weird, freaky, disgusting shit that could potentially be said. Like, I mean, like, frankly, like, because, I mean, these weird racist fucks are so, like, just disturbed that, I mean, it'd make your fucking head spin, honestly. Like, I would not be fucking shocked.
I love this, like, do you know what a phobia is? Like, a phobia is an irrational fear of something that's harmless. Like, you not understand, like, what that is?
We need to be more emotionally histrionic and just fearful of everything. We need to be fucking terrified, cowering in the fucking shadows and going, please make it go away.
And we need to be more hateful and hoping just to get us destroyed and then we can all be happy again and feel safe.
That's what we need to do.
And by the way, all those things still existed even when people were more socially repressed in America and other countries.
Absolutely. I mean, if anything, a lot of them had families and kids too. There's a lot of stories, especially for like the 50s and 60s and shit, of a lot of men, and women too, that would like have secret gay relationships, you know, while being married and having kids and stuff. And sometimes, you know, like at least during the 60s, you know, there was some, you know, men and women, you know, in their relationships that felt kind of comfortable given, you know, who they're with and stuff, not being, you know, a total piece of shit, you know, and, you know, willing to, like, you know, do something just because, like, or disown them just because of that. Like, I mean, you know, there was a lot of, you know, different couples, you know, where they'd have that connection where, like, one of them would come out and be like, you know, well, oh shit. And sometimes there would be, you know, they would stay married, but just, like, it'd be basically like an open relationship at that point, and just kind of, you know, because they still love each other in a sense, but, you know, obviously, you know, there's, like, a respect of, like, hey, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, other aspects, like, you know, hey, yeah, we've kind of come to a better understanding because of social conditioning, you know, and you know, being able to break away from that. But still, nonetheless, you know, being able to, you know, stay together in a way, which I find kind of, you know, pretty cool in a sense, you know. But sometimes, you know, there will be like divorce stuff, but it will never be over hard feelings, you know, for the most part. Like most of those, you know, stories usually are like under total understanding and under absolute mutual, you know, like respect and being like, hey, you know, like it's okay, you know, obviously, you know, like, yeah, I mean, sometimes, I mean, even to the spouse, you know, finds that out, that, you know, kind of have this hunch of, like, it kind of, you know, figured a little bit, you know, I mean, because, like, there, you know, that's where the whole, like, gaydar thing comes into play, you know, because, like, sometimes, you know, when it comes to, like, someone's sexuality, sometimes, even if they are repressed, there's just certain subtle things that kind of are like, you okay, bro? You know, like, there's just certain little things. It doesn't make it bad or anything. It just, like, you know, it's just, like, there's just, like, you know, like, I mean, honestly, there's definitely, like, you know, certain, like, quote, gay-like behaviors that I could definitely exhibit, being like, oh my goodness, or whatever, like, you know, stuff like that, because I honestly will naturally do that sometimes, you know, or be, you know, have a little bit more of a flamboyant sense of, like, expression especially when it comes to, like, you know, moving my hands around or something like that. Moving my hands when I speak, like an Italian, you know, like Italian stallion. But you know, like, you know, but there's just, like, different little subtleties, you know, that, like, you know, kind of, you know, people can kind of pick hits on and stuff. And some people express it way more than others. Like me, not so much, but there's definitely other people that can certainly express it way more. Even though they might be a little bi and stuff like that, or just straight, wink wink. Even though they're not. People like Michael Mose or Matt Walsh, for example. Steven Crowder for sure. I mean, my God, that guy screams gay if I've ever seen it. At least bisexual. That guy screams bi if I've ever seen it.
It wasn't like homosexuals and trans people and all these people cease to exist. There are a lot of these people on the right pretend they do. Like, it was all just made up. It's like, even if you have that worldview, it's only because you just have ignored the reality. And if you look back through history, I mean, there was tons of times.
That's their fucking specialty, Scotty.
Yeah, and also, like, another thing, too, is, like, oh, you know, I just wish things would go back to the way it was before this gender thing became an issue. And it's like, motherfucker, do you know what Stonewall is? That happened in the late 60s. Like, the Stonewall riots happened, you know, during the 60s. Like, you know, during the Civil Rights Movement, I believe. So it's just like, the fuck was that? I mean, what are you talking, you know, it's like, what do you mean, like, this gender shit just propping up out of nowhere? It's like, that didn't happen. Like, it's always been a fucking thing. It's just that you know, like, refuse to, like, you know, see the reality of it, but now that because it's more normalized and accepted in society, you know, to way more so than then, now you got a bigger fucking problem with it, because now it's more in your face. You know what? Good. It should be in the fucking face. And hopefully, rubbing it right in the, you know, rubbing it in your face and force feeding it down your throat.
Look back, I mean, there's tons
I mean, to be honest, they probably like that anyway.
Times
being force fed the, you know, the trans agenda down their throat. Yeah, knowing them, they probably like that.
People were oppressed in America for having those beliefs, or living those lifestyles. I mean, it's demonstrable, so it's not just some made up shit.
They're already terrible. It's their next plan to get as terrible as you think they will.
As terrible as permissible. That's their plan, apparently.
Yep. Oh yeah, it always has been. It's like the astronaut with the pistol. It's like, this has always been their plan? Always has been.
Yeah, they'll just get as bad as you think they can get. You know, like, what's the end? There is no end. As far as they can take it, they'll take it there. There's nothing off the table.
I mean, that's like what you get with a lot of bigotry and racism and homophobia and like a lot of this fascistic rise. I mean, they will push it as far as they can take it.
To put our feet down and stand tall and say what we believe without the.
We've heard that.
Yeah, we hear that endlessly. You motherfuckers will never shut the hell up about what y'all believe in, you fucks. I mean, that's the problem. Y'all don't shut up.
We've heard plenty of what you fucking believe, you stupid bitch. Okay.
I mean, honestly, I've never heard of this dumb cunt up until like now. And I've already heard it, enough, because I've already heard the same shit from 1,000 other you piece of shit from, years and, of living. Like, I've heard this shit, before I got into politics, when I first started getting into it, and when I started really developing my ideology, and to now. Like, I've always heard you motherfuckers saying the same shit over and over again. Y'all just want to try to couch it in different fucking ways. A lot more dog whistling back then. You're just masked off now. Like, I mean, y'all don't give a fuck at this point. But luckily, a lot of people like me still do. And you really think this is, like, gonna win? I mean, it's like the real fucking judgment that these motherfuckers are gonna face, when, shit like it's the fan for them. Oh, it's gonna be fucking glorious. Because, like, they think taking it to the biggest extreme possible and as far as they can is the W. And it's the W for us, not for them. Like, because they're going to get quashed like a bug. Whether just due to, societal, pressure and resistance against them, or even governmentally. If they get, to such a level of violence that, the government, whether locally or otherwise, needs to step in. And they already kind of have, at least, to some. I wish they can get a lot more fucking aggressive. But nonetheless, they do. So, frankly, you know what, like, as far as I'm concerned, do it. Get more hateful. I want to, see how that actually works out for you. Like, I mean, seriously, because I guarantee you a lot of you're going to just have, your fucking movement bleed even more. And fucking good. Let it die off.
We've heard it.
You guys have used the state to crush these groups of people over and over again. What are you talking about? We haven't done enough. You've done everything in your power to stop these groups from having any voice in society and just marginalize them as much as possible. So,
especially in the South, and especially south of the Mason-Dixon line, and in places like on the West Coast and the Midwest. Like, I mean, like, they've done everything and will never shut the fuck up about it. I mean, it's also why local elections are so fucking important, because they understand it. I mean, they've co-opted a lot of these local, boards and, and shit. Like, so, like, I mean, the local elections are the most important, especially when it comes to certain things like school boards and stuff like that, because these are the same motherfuckers that are trying to co-opt, the government, via, those routes, because that's how they can solidify more of their power and gain more influence to reach into the higher levels of chain of power. And they've been pretty fucking successful with that so far. That's why local elections, especially in my opinion, matter way fucking more.
We ain't done nothing yet.
Okay.
Fear of being canceled. Now is not the time to worry about having friends. It is about linking up with people who have.
Well, that's kind of the problem, ain't it, you dumbass? Like, wouldn't you want to have, like, some friends and, like, and have more of a broader popular front, so to speak, with something like this? No, I guess you don't give a fuck, do you? Yeah, wow, what a way to, have a successful movement. What a way to have a very successful movement against, the agenda that is supposedly, like slowly but surely destroying America that you supposedly believe. It's like, yep, you're definitely going to be winning a lot of hearts and minds with this one. Now's not the time to be making friends. Now's the time to just, like, make sure that everyone hates you.
As you and real.
Great plan.
Between good and evil, and if we don't stand tall, we're going to.
Yeah, it
leave.
seems like a rational way to view the discourse. Good versus evil. You are with me, or you are my enemy.
And one of the evil wokes. You must be with me and be one of the good angelic ones of the cause. Even Zukov agrees.
Don't you love the irony of a black woman saying be more bigoted? It's not like her kind wasn't targeted in recent memory.
No shit.
Even now.
Yeah.
That's very day.
It's not
Even
like,
currently, yeah, no shit.
Racism is not like some like distant memory of the past. Granted, its heyday is behind us, hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah,
it's fucking
seriously.
gone. I mean, I wish I could say its heyday was behind us, but I don't honestly believe that.
I know what you're trying to do there. I see what you're trying to do there. I see what you're trying to do. It's a ligament balls joke. I see it. I see it. I see what's going on there.
To skip Republican debate, interview with Fox host Carlson. So,
do you mum? Oh my god. So there was the immediate response, you mum. Damn. Wrecked. What the fuck? I mean, what, you know, I'm just done now. Shit. What am I gonna do now? Fuck. I mean, how am I gonna recover from that one? Oh shit. That right there is irrecoverable. Like, I'm just wrecked. Just got murked. Butter chicken. It's the only way. I don't just like make food just like, you know, just on demand like that. I mean, we're gonna have to start talking about like some hourly wages here and shit like that when it comes to like, you know, making the preps of food here. I mean, come on now. You do now? No, I don't. Nope. We gotta have a contract and we're gonna be negotiating that shit. If not, then there's gonna be a walkout. Nuh-uh. Well, babe. I mean, do you really think I was gonna be able to just like, you know, like, here, have some butter chicken, here you go. Like, I mean, I don't even, like, to be fair, I also don't have the ingredients for any of that right now. Like, at all. So, I mean, it wouldn't really work out too well. Wait, what, you know, I'm taking a screen down. We could just skip Trump's show. We've talked like at length about that, you know, for a while. But I see our boy Santos. We haven't heard about this bastard in a while. What do you do this time besides just like breathe literal lies again?
I remember.
Oh wait, what the hell? Hey.
I recommend.
I just want to get to that specific. I want to see what our boy's been doing lately for bullshit and lies. Here we go.
You can see him in interviews, and he'll be like, "Well, this is actually what happened." Yeah, well, you know, but then he just goes right back to lying. So I mean, this guy is just everyone around him is full of shit, and he's
another shameless scheme. Santos fundraiser busted for wire fraud and identity theft. Oh my god, dude. Like, one of his fundraisers, or even, like, oh my god, one of his fundraiser buddies is even, like, just as equally as much of a lying twerp as this dork. Oh my god, look at this nerd. Oh my god. You don't got a right to wear some drip like that. I'm not even gonna lie, that's actually kind of a cool maroon blazer jacket. And you don't got no right to wear some shit like that, because that actually looks like a cool jacket. I honestly would wear that. But fuck this twerp, dude. Like, I mean, my god. How, like, in the fuck did this, like, literal, like, embodiment of lying, like, you know, just get into, like, what is it, like, Congress, Senate, whatever the fuck? I think it was Congress. Yeah, I think it was Congress. Like, I mean, there was this scandal about his existence. You know, whether, like, his actual background was real or not was, like, a scandal before he was even elected, and people still elected him. It's like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, really? And then it just kept getting worse afterwards. It's like, this dude is like the embodiment of lying. He needs to just, like, essentially just, like, just be jailed, dude. Like, I mean, fuck. Hold a special election and jail this fuck. I mean, seriously, like, I mean, if there's anyone who should be overtly, like, imprisoned outside of, like, Trump, basically, you know, it's this motherfucker, dude. I mean, what the fuck? Like, this dude is just such a worm. Like, I mean, and that's seriously saying something, honestly. Like, I mean, like, he's legit exceptional when it comes to, like, he literally is, like, the living embodiment of lying. Like, when he's breathing, he's lying. When he's eating food, he's lying. When he utters any, like, sound with his vocal cords, he's lying. When he makes a thought, he's lying. Like, everything he does is literally a lie. Like, I mean, he's the embodiment of it. Like, I mean, so, it's, I mean, and that is legit saying something. Because when our government is basically made of a bunch of politicians who, like, lie all the time and shit, and then you got a motherfucker like this who's, like, literally the embodiment of it, that's saying something. I mean, this dude is, like, and honestly more of a liar than Trump is, I'd argue. I'm willing to fucking, you know, throw that on the ring. I'm making that claim, dude. I'm willing to say this guy's more of a liar than he is. He's just a lesser target, you know, lesser known figure, so he doesn't get as much heat. If anything, it seems like he has a bunch of other guys that are taking heat so far than him. Man, just shows how corrupt our system really is, because, I mean, he's still uplifted by it. So, yay, great. What a fucking worm, dude. Like an actual, like, weaselly lion worm.
Bullshit. So it's not even... there's no surprise to see.
I wonder if you just, like, I honestly wonder if you just, like, opened up that skin suit, there would literally be, like, some Weasley, like, slimy, like, eel-like worm just, like, hiding under there. You know, like, some sort of, like, Men in Black alien or some shit.
Trying to fucking scam donors. Which, like, most of these people want to access the Congress anyways. They're a bunch of shady fucks themselves. So, like, how fucking shady do you have to be, like, get on the level of, like, lobbyists don't want to give you money, donors don't want to give you money. I mean, when in U.S. politics, people that are making these huge donations want that access. They want that level of corruption. So the level of corruption associated with this guy is actually stunning for America.
Yeah, I mean, like, when you're a politician in America that's famous for being a liar, like, you know how much fucking lying you have to do to...
No shit. Like I said, I think he lies more than Trump. Because Trump's known as a liar. But, like, I mean, this dude honestly, like, is even more so known as a liar. I'm like when people think of George Santos, I mean, if people do know of him, or at least anything about his background at the very minimum, like, they know he's a lying little fuck. Like, pretty much everything about him is a lie. I mean, at least you could find some occasional honest things about Trump here and there. Not really because he is, you know, he does that himself. Like, he you know, Trump is a lying fuck, you know, still. But at least there's some things that we do actually know that are true, you know, at least truthful about him. But despite that, you know, I think that's how, you know, Santos takes the cake. Because what the fuck do we know about him? Like, what's even his real name? I don't even think Santos is his real name. That's just what, like, we just go by as, because that's how we know him as right now. Like, I think it's like an Anthony Duramer or whatever the fuck, or some shit. Like, I think it's like some other name. And even then, I don't even know if that's his real name. Like, we don't even know who this fuck is. He could just be like some psyop that just, like, infiltrated the Congress out of nowhere. Like, I mean, who fuck knows who this guy is? I mean, the fact that we just don't even really know who this fucker is enough to be like, you should, like, you need to, you're immediately resigned forcibly. You're going to be, like, investigated. Like, we're going to actually find out what the fuck your identity is, and Make sure you're not like some op or some shit, dude. Because what if this dude is like some like, you know, such a weasel that he like some is like, you know, actually like some Machiavellian like agent or some shit, dude. I don't think it's like that deep, but I mean, honestly, if like some crazy breaking news about this motherfucker came out like that, I really wouldn't be shocked. Actually, would be now, like, because now I just said it, so like, even though it is a little hyperbolic, like, if it actually did happen, I would be kind of shocked, because then I'll be, like, somehow fucking right. I'll be like, oh, fuck. I didn't think it would be, but, you know, like, now at this point, I kind of hope it isn't. So now I guess, you know, I would be shocked, just in a sense, it's like, oh, fuck, my random little one-off was right. Oh, shit. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time, so... but this time I hope I'm wrong on that one-off. But, like, because if that's the case, then, oh my fucking god, what the... Like, our government's just done. Like, Jesus Christ. If that's the case, then yeah, there really honestly isn't hope. Fuck.
In regard. And universally, I mean, even Republicans, I mean, like, even the ones who, like, I voted for him and stuff, like, you know, they even might want him to serve a term, they admit he's a liar. I mean, everyone knows this guy's just full of shit. There's not even, like, because you just that dichotomy of, like, well, the people on the left say he's a liar, but the people on the right know he's telling the truth. This is like, he's just a liar, but at least he's on our side.
Well, he's our liar.
He's our liar, and damn it, that makes him good. Oh my god, fuck him.
You know,
fuck anyone that voted for him.
I keep waiting for... I thought, you know, maybe we'd get to cover it soon when I saw that little mini-stroke. I keep waiting for the week I get to report the news. Mitch McConnell fucking dead.
Oh my god, that would be the greatest day of my fucking life right there. Well, maybe not the greatest, but it certainly is going to be at least a top 10 right there. Do you know how much I would celebrate if that were to happen? Like, I would actually legit fucking celebrate. Like, I would be like, boo, doing the crab rave, you know, playing that on loop for like 10 hours or some shit, like, just like dancing around. Like, buy a bottle of vodka or something. I mean, dude, I would be having a little fun with that one. Like, I'm not even kidding, dude. I would have some fun and be a little liberal with, you know, my, like, fun vibes of that one. Oh, dude. Especially considering, dude, the turtle... Dude, like, Mitch the Turtle McConnell himself, that he's, like, getting to a point, like, he is gonna croak. It's, like, honestly... I wish I could make a bet with some motherfucker right now, honestly, because, like, I bet he won't even survive the year. I'm willing to make a bet that motherfucker ain't gonna survive the year, dude. McConnell's gonna, like, at some point at the end of the year croak. Like, you know, like, I mean, he had a mini stroke. I mean, dude's fallen a couple times. His hands look fucking dead and mummified and slowly but surely rotting away. Like, the dude's dying, like, honestly. I think we all could just admit that. Like, I mean, so it's just a matter of when. Like, is it going to be this year or next year? I really think it's honestly going to be within a year. It's just, is it going to be this year or is it going to be within sometime next year? And I'm saying it's going to be this year. I bet that motherfucker, like, something's gonna happen, like, he's gonna fall again or something, and he's gonna have, like, a brain aneurysm, and that's gonna kill him. Like, something like that's gonna happen. Or he's gonna have such a severe stroke that might, you know, kill him or something. Like, honestly, I feel like due to his health right now, that's gonna be the end of him at some point. And you know what? Good riddance. Fuck that piece of shit. That dude has been such a detrimental fucking, like, obstacle to legitimate progress in this country for fucking decades. It's not even fucking funny. So, fuck that piece of shit. I am gonna celebrate when he finally fucking croaks. I don't give a fuck. Fuck that ratback turtle piece of fucking mummified shit. Like, I mean, goddamn. The day I see that headline, I'm honestly gonna, when I first see it, like, I'm honestly not even gonna believe it right off the bat. I'm gonna, like quadruple, quintuple check that shit. I'm gonna be looking at Wikipedia. I'm gonna be looking at, like, 5 different articles. I'm gonna, like, quintuple, like, sextuple check this shit. Be like, is this actually real? Pinch myself. Like, you know, like, do some actual injury to be like, alright, I'm feeling pain. Okay, I'm not dreaming. I'm not flying away or some shit. Okay, good. I'm not in a dream. Because holy shit, dude. That would be impressive. Because the fact that you got, like, these old geriatric fucks that have been there forever. And they basically seem like they can never die. It's like, man, they need to go. And I think, you know, we're finally starting to get to a point where they're starting to go away. It doesn't necessarily mean that, like, all's fixed, but at least that starts loosening the obstacles, you know, frankly. I mean, the new guard, you know, when it comes to the Sasco, is a little bit more willing to compromise in comparison to the old guard. That doesn't make them good. But, like, when it comes to that shit, I mean, they are competent enough to understand that throwing a breadcrumb or two is valuable. You know, these old geriatric fucks, they've lost touch, and, I mean, they don't even know what a breadcrumb is anymore. All they understand is pudding pops.
I know. God, that'll be a glorious day.
Like, and also there needs to be an age limit on, like, you know, Congress and shit, and Senate, and on the presidency as well. Like, there needs to be, like, I don't know, I'm minimal 65, but, you know, I'm old as maybe, you know, see like a 75, you know, max age limit or something like that. Like, I mean, or maybe just tie it to, like, the retirement age, whatever the hell that, you know, is right now. Like, I mean, it's like, just tie it to that, because honestly, like, okay, maybe not. Don't tie it to that, actually. Because if that's the case, then they'll be like, oh, well, we'll replace the retirement age to, like, 90 or something. It's like, oh, fuck, oh, God. Okay, so never mind on that one. But, like, they should at least have, like, you know, an age limit. It's like, all right, you're getting too old, like, you know, go away and, like, have some young buck, you know, replace you or some shit. Even if it's, like, yeah, like I said, Sasco type person, they're more common enough to give the breadcrumb, because honestly, you know, with the more younger Sasco fucks, you know, outside of like a cinema or some shit, like Here's the Cinema, like, outside of them, like, or, well, just any Republican, frankly, like, at least, you know, some of the more younger Sasco style liberal Democrats, you know, that are younger, tend to give more of a breadcrumb here and there, you know, at least more so than not. I mean, that doesn't, like I said, make them good, but certainly better than the old fart fucks that barely know what they're doing anyway, and are so out of touch, you know, they barely know, like, you know, that they're ass from their head.
Wait till come on here and fucking have a picture of Mitch McConnell, like, Mitch McConnell is fucking dead, you guys.
My first question will be like, how did they know? I mean, that guy's looked so many weird ways, like, it's like his weird blackened hand, Voldemort hand and shit, or, you know, like, or actually be Dumbledore.
How are they fucking, oh my God.
That's when his hand is all dying and shit. That's what his hand really looked like. There's just something wrong with that motherfucker. But you're right, dude. I'm gonna celebrate the dude.
Wealthiest 10% of Americans responsible for 40% of U.S. emissions.
Oh, wow, you think?
Hey, I figured
like, if 90% of emissions are done by the, like, 100-something corporations, I mean, yeah. At least, you know, that would just basically mean that, like, by proxy, about, like, you know, when you break it down, considering the wealth and, you know, and, like, carbon footprint and everything else, yeah, like, this makes sense. I mean, wow, who would have thought, like, especially, you know, with people who have, like, 8,000 mansions and make super yachts and private jets and shit, yeah. Wow, they're, like, a giant source of the, you know, U.S. emissions? Why? Who would have thought? Who would have thought of that at all? Curious.
Emissions by 40%, you guys.
Cut off some heads.
So, yeah, that might be a way to solve, you know, some of the emissions. I mean, you know, honestly, yeah, it seems like, you know, frankly, we do have a quicker, easier solution to solve some of these emissions. It might not solve climate change necessarily, but it might help deal with some emissions. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't say anything like
that. And
it's
just for the U.S., too. I mean, imagine this for the fucking globe. I mean, when it comes to, like, the global number. I mean, like, I honestly don't want to know what that is. It's probably going to be maybe somewhat equivocal, maybe probably about the same percentile, give or take. But frankly, I'd probably argue it might even be more. You know, but, oh, God. I mean, this is just for the U.S., and it's like, oof.
The top 10% of U.S. earners are responsible for 40% of the country's emissions, according to a new analysis.
What about the top 1%? Like, how much emissions do they, you know, account for all this? And, you know, I'm kind of curious about that.
to look at climate impacts of how Americans make money, including from investments. If a worker earns a wage at a factory that generates carbon emissions, her income is linked in some small measure with those emissions. The same is true of someone who invests in the factory, but while the wealthiest Americans earn far more of their mony from investing, the climate impact of their investments is rarely considered. Yes.
The richest people who own the companies or run at the very least run the companies that do the worst and most damage to the environment, like the vast majority of emissions, are also the people when they go home generating most of the consumer emissions, or at least almost the majority of it. It's I guess 40%.
Damn near about half.
For the new study,
which I wonder what the other 60% is. Like, I'm assuming that's probably like, just I'm assuming like the rest of the percentile. I mean, like, which if 90% of the U.S. makes up 60% of the carbon emissions, that's kind of a starch fucking difference. I mean, honestly, that's pretty fucking drastic. Which means that most people, whether they're like, fairly well off in like the more upper middle class, side of things, or, around the poverty line or at the poverty line, or, or whatever the fuck, like, they're the ones who are putting the least amount of carbon footprint out. Which, frankly, honestly makes sense. I mean, it's like, because this whole thing has been kind of explained in different ways before, from my understanding. Because, like, has ever really been quantified? Damn, dog. Has ever really been quantified in like a sense of data, but it's been quantified in like just where the root cause goes to, like, because the idea of putting the blame on the individual, like like trying to do like a gas tax, or trying to like restrict like certain things when it comes to like individuals, like when it comes to their specific carbon footprint, that doesn't really address much of the problem, and honestly it's very negligible when it comes to actually addressing this problem. Like, as much as that, there's a lot of dipshits that drive their big ass SUVs, the F-250s and their Land Rovers or whatever the fuck. You got a lot of people that do this shit, but like, even if you add all those people up together, like when it comes to the top 10%, they're with them specifically, it's not that much. It's kind of a drop in the bucket in comparison to them, because they don't got private jets, they don't got all these yachts, they don't, like have all these like chauffeurs, to drive around the city. They don't have all these fucking McMansions and shit that are just fucking wasteful. Like, they don't got all that shit. Like, like the most that like someone that might be fairly well off, that they'll get is like that Land Rover. That's pretty much it. Maybe they might have a boat, or maybe a jet ski or two, or something like that. I'm saying only that because my neighbor actually has a boat and a couple jet skis. But, I mean, at least nonetheless, at the end of the day, it's like when it comes to an individual's carbon footprint, when it comes to the average Joe, so to speak, whether they're more better off, so to speak, or like some smaller mom and pop business owner, or like, someone like me, like, our carbon footprint is not even fucking close, to what these people, have. And when it comes to, like, their businesses, when it comes to their investments, when it comes to their general footprint as an individual. And that's where the fucking root, and the actual, like, blame needs to be put at. Is these motherfuckers, not at us. It's like, obviously, we should play our part for sure, but, we're not the ones to be blamed here. Like, these fuckers are. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, we certainly should be encouraged to do our part, in what we can, for sure. But, like, we shouldn't have this sense of guilt because, again, the average person here, like, when it comes to this situation, is not to be blamed here. Like, whatsoever. I mean, unless they literally have an utter disregard to the climate, don't give a fuck, then sure, you can blame them. But, I mean, at least if they at least acknowledge it and wish to address it and advocate of addressing that issue, and whether it's a small step or not, like, you don't have to, like, put like a certain amount of your monthly income to like some sort of environmental charity. You don't have to necessarily do that, but it's just like the tiny little things. Because if everybody, in a sense, as an individual, is doing their part, I mean, even though it is a little negligible and not that much of a dent, I mean, it does help, and it does, play that little role. I mean, sure, like I said, it might be a little placebo-like, but I mean, you know, at least when it comes to that local community or your local area and stuff, I mean, certainly would rather have it, you know, be better off, you know, environmentally or like when it comes to that versus not, like, you know, with people being a little bit more aware of it. And that includes maybe like, you know, cleaning up the litter that might be on the side of the road, or just like, you know, buying, you know, like faucets that are better about like water usage and shit, you know, like, replacing, you know, faucets that are more, you know, effective in that way. You know, shower heads, stuff like that. Or just, you know, making sure that you try to recycle, you know, when you can, and, you know, or if your state does have, you know, things like that, you know, around. My state does, at least. I know some states like Texas don't. Texas, like, I mean, because I've been there a few times, they don't have, like, recycling bins or anything. It's just, it all goes to the same fucking place. I mean, frankly, in a way, it kind of does for the most part anyway. It is, like, how the U.S. does recycling is kind of bullshit-ish in a way, but I'd argue that's kind of state by state. I mean, Oregon's certainly way better about it, but it's still not great. But nonetheless, at least we're trying. At least on that one, certainly need to be way fucking better about it. But that's just kind of the thing. I mean, there just needs to be a lot more of an actual, like, aggressive encouragement about, you know, doing better and actually, you know, being aggressive about, like, you know, pinning the actual blame and holding those people accountable. And that includes the top 10%. Because, I mean, the only thing you can really do for when it comes to the average person or the individual in that sense, you know, for the average citizen, you know, like, regardless of their income on that way, being the bottom 90%, all you can really do is just encourage them. Or, in a way, even, like, subsidize, you know, certain things to where, like, if, like, there's outdated old, like, faucets or something like that, you know, in a household, and, you know, subsidize and be like, hey, you know, you can have, like, this little voucher thing where it's, like, half off, you know, to get, you know, upgraded faucets or something, you know, or some shit. Something like that would definitely be very valuable and would heavily help encourage those type of things.
Analyzed data on emissions and income from
the lovely struggle of trying to get through the fucking laundry room, huh?
2019, accounting for earnings from investments.
I love you, Zukov. Oh, he's trying to close the door again.
Found that not only are the top 10% of earners responsible for 40% of emissions, but the top 1% are responsible for at least 15% of emissions.
Damn. So, almost half. So the top 1% is, like, makes up damn near half. Like, almost. Like, 40% to 15%, they're damn near there, 5% away. I mean, it's like, that's fucking, what? So, like, I mean, that honestly is crazy. So, like, 60% of the emissions in the United States are done by the top 90%. 40% is done by the top 10%, and then 15% of it is done by the top 1. Like, so, it, like, I mean, when you quantify those numbers, that's kind of fucking insane and crazy. And you know that top 1% is including people like Musk, Bezos, and shit, by the way. Especially. Like, I mean, you know it's including those type of people, too. And they are certainly fucking guilty of shit like this. When it comes to their investments, their endeavors, and whatever fucking assets they got, you know goddamn well they're certainly guilty as fuck as sin on this one.
The study published in PLOS Climate, or PLOS Climate, further found that white Americans have the biggest carbon footprint of any group, while black Americans have the smallest to reflect.
Hey, that's racist, man. Look, they're just bringing white people to you. You believe that?
I mean, hey, you know, maybe because, like, there's just more white people in the United States, you know, like, demographically, that probably would explain that. I mean, honestly, I don't really think that, you know, is too relevant. Just outside of, I guess, the fact that, yeah, there's more white people than black people in the U.S., and thus, you know, there's going to be more of a carbon footprint, you know, because of that, you know, by, you know, the white demographic. I mean, that certainly makes sense. I mean, that just, honestly, but I don't really necessarily think that's too relevant, outside of the fact that I think it just is kind of like a, you know, little, you know, extra bit of evidence to show that, like, when it comes to, you know, like financial disparity, especially when it comes to a lot of black communities and a lot of of the black demographic in the United States. Like, they don't really have as so much of that financial mobility because of a lot of the historical oppressive bullshit from segregation and slavery and stuff like that, where like they don't in a way they don't really have as much of a carbon footprint per individual in comparison to someone like me. I mean, even though arguably at least for me as an individual, my carbon footprint probably is about equivalent, to, what, the average black person's carbon footprint probably is, and, to a certain extent, because I don't drive, I walk around a lot, stuff like that. I don't really do too much, when it comes to, like, exemplifying stuff like that. But, the thing is, we all have one. I mean, it's just about, what you can do to try to encourage, to minimize those type of things.
Damn whites. Say they're polluting?
I'm innocent.
But I didn't pollute nothing, dude.
I didn't do nothing. Leave me alone. I'm one of the good ones. I'm one of the good whites, Scotty.
Well, I 15 days to call you on this, but it's probably those flames. I mean, that's constantly burning at your house. I mean, there's probably a lot of emissions, you gotta admit.
Emissions.
I mean, yeah, he's got a lot of flames going on there in hell. Probably does add a lot.
On a previous episode of this, but today we're just going to talk about it more directly. Texas woman awarded $1.2 billion with a B after ex-boyfriend put intimate photos in public Dropbox. The woman's ex-friend allegedly shared what courts called visually intimate material of her online and in emails to her family, friends, and colleagues.
I guess I could make bank off of this. Holy shit.
Is her boyfriend Bill Gates or something?
Yeah, I mean, who the hell is her boyfriend? Like a rich fuck? I mean, maybe. I mean, what the hell?
I definitely admit that he shouldn't have done that. That sounds wrong to do.
I mean, certainly, yeah. It obviously is fucked up. But, like, I'm more of, like, wondering how in the hell does this get a $1.2 billion, like, thing? Like, was the dude, like, is the guy got, like, legit some fucking bank or something? Or is it just, like, a hardcore fuck you to him and now he's just in forever debt? I mean, I mean, when it comes to something like this, I don't know if it's, like, a $1.2 billion, like, punishment, unless the dude is, like, legit, like, uber rich or something. Which maybe he is.
Does it sound $1.2 billion wrong? No.
I mean, I don't know. Let's see. A victim of what's known as revenge porn in Texas has been awarded $1.2 billion after her ex-boyfriend allegedly shared what court documents call visually intimate material of her online and in emails to her friends, family, colleagues after they broke up. The woman's ex, Marquez Jamal Jackson, allegedly put the images on multiple social media sites, in a publicly accessible Dropbox folder, and on an impersonation page of a porn website. He also told her she would spend the rest of your life trying and failing to wipe yourself off the internet, the woman's lawyers alleged. After 30 minutes of deliberation, August 9th, a jury in Harris County District Court unanimously voted to award the woman the money. A judge will issue the final judgment, which the woman's lawyers say will come any day and uphold the jury's recommendation. Jackson will have to pay the woman $1 billion in punitive damages and $200 million in actual damages. Is
a dude fucking like ranking in bank or something? I mean, like, I don't see how this would be like $1 billion or $200 million in damages and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it seems pretty excessive for something like this, but I mean, I'm assuming it would just be tied to the dude's income or finances or something. I mean, I don't know how, like, specifically that would work outside of just, like, I don't know. I honestly don't. Like, I mean, it just seems a little excessive, but I would assume the dude has to be, like, like, got some fucking bank and, you know what I mean? Like, that's the only thing I could think of. Dude's, like, pretty fucking rich and... and she is like, you know what, because you try to fucking spite me and, like, obviously, abuse my privacy and shit and, do this type of thing with revenge porn shit, I'm gonna, do a fuck you right back at you. And, try to, see what I can get with your fucking rich bank and shit, which, you know what? If that's the case, then, you know, hey, you know, as far as I'm concerned, go on her. I mean, fuck this guy. I mean, in a way. I mean, he's still a piece of shit. I'm just wondering about the dollar amount. It's like, where that... I mean, like, where'd that come from with the jury? Like, I mean, and is the judge actually gonna, like, uphold that? Or are they gonna have, like, a lesser amount, like, as the official conviction? It just seems, you know, the number is what kind of gets me. It's like, that just seems like a fat fucking number for a case like this.
Go out on a limb here and say Marquez Jamal Jackson does not have $1 billion.
Yeah, and she's probably not going to collect it.
I don't think that dude probably... I mean,
does it explain why?
Well, I mean, does he have, like... I mean, does it say anything about his assets or anything in this?
It's a huge award in her case.
I mean, it's probably just...
He could not be immediately reached by phone or email Wednesday afternoon. He was unrepresented in court, one woman's lawyer said. He was unrepresented? Huh. Okay. So, there's just not much info on the dude, I guess, outside of just his name. And I guarantee you, if a name like that, it sounds pretty generic, so I guarantee you some random dork's Facebook page is gonna show up if you look the name up, you know? Like, so I don't know what the fuck, you know, like... I'm assuming he must be, like, you know... some sort of, like, you know, suave business dude or some shit, maybe. I don't fucking know. Like, like, guess that's the only thing I could think of that would explain the number. Like, he's, like, you know, some dude that's, like, a part of, like, you know, some hedge fund or some shit. I don't... something like that. Maybe real estate. I don't fucking know.
A giant fuck you to this guy. It's probably just like, oh, yeah? Fuck you. You're buried under a 1 point.
I mean, it certainly is. I mean, that's without a doubt. Yeah, it is a fuck you. $1.2 million debt or $1 billion.
Dollar fucking debt. Then Jacob Schiffer,
the
lawyer, like the case was a deterrence case, not a money case. So basically, it's just like the same way that this guy told her, like, you're gonna fucking spend the rest of your life trying to scrub this from the internet. Well, you're going to spend the rest of your life trying to fucking pay an impossible fucking debt.
Well, not to mention his name. If anyone ever Googles it, it's going to be associated with this story. So good luck scrubbing that from the internet.
No shit, dude. I feel bad for anyone that has, you know, a name just like him. Because they're going to be like, hey, are you the dude that, you know, try to, you know, leak the, you know, the porn stuff or whatever, bitch? And they're going to be like, who the fuck are you? What are you talking about? And then they're gonna look it up and be like, oh no. And just be like, oh fuck. Oh, dude, oh shit, dude. This is, how much you want to bet there's probably gonna be at least an article, you know, in the next, like, couple years, or even, like, at least within a decade, probably. I don't think anyone would remember at this point, but, like, like, where someone named the same name as this guy would be, like, suing for, like, defamation, you know, or something like that, or damages, you know, to, I don't know, maybe the chick or this dude being like, I was named this guy and I kept getting harassed by people because, you know, they kept thinking I was the dude, so fuck you. Oh my god, this might be an endless cycle. Oh my god. Oh no. An endless cycle of just suing over damages. Oh shit.
This case is unlikely to be recovered. It's impossible. There's no fucking way. The compensatory verdict gives DL back her good name. Jackson could not immediately be reached by phone or email Wednesday afternoon. He was unrepresented in court, one of the woman's lawyers said.
Oh, shit. Fuck, dude.
Texas is one of 48 states, in addition to Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico, and Guam, where non-consensual pornography is illegal, according to the advocacy organization Silence.
Wait, it's not illegal in Oregon? Or, like, wait, really? I honestly did not know that. Okay, this is a rare time that Texas actually has a W. Like, I mean, okay.
Wait, what are the other two states that actually have not outlawed that?
I know, like, well, it's pretty much like all the states. Dude, it's D.C. Dude, Texas is the only state, pretty much. Like, the other two are territories. Guam and Puerto Rico are territories, and D.C.'s a federal district. Bruh. What the fuck? Texas is like the only state that has a W on this? The rare base Texas moment? Like, literally the one and only time where Texas is based? Wow, okay. You know what? Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess, it's one of those times where a broken clock is right twice a day. Cool.
Texas's law, known as the Relationship Privacy Act, which took effect in 2015, forbids the unlawful disclosure or promotion of intimate visual materials and imposes both civil and criminal penalties. 1 in 8 Americans who use...
I mean, I'm definitely not against that as a law. I mean, you know what? I mean, hey, good on Texas. Yeah, because revenge porn shit's fucked up, and yeah, I mean, you should probably be punched for doing shit like that. I don't think $1.2 billion, I mean, unless this guy got that money. But, like, I mean, at the very least, yeah, I see this as a fair law.
Have been targeted by non-consensual pornography, and women were about 1.7 times as likely to be targets as men, according to research conducted by the organization. Advocates prefer the term non-consensual pornography or image-based sex abuse to the more commonly used revenge porn. Well,
okay, I think it's implied that, like, revenge porn is still unconsensual and, like, abusive. Wait, so it's arguing that the latter term implicitly blames the victim and can obscure a variety of motives? What? I don't think so. I mean, I think the whole idea is basically like, at least from my understanding, the whole idea of revenge porn is defined, at least from my understanding, is like someone is spiteful and is vengeful, basically, over the fact that they, had a breakup with you. And because they have material of porn, that you created with them and shit, that was, previously private, they decide to release it, out of spite over the fact that you broke up with them. I mean, basically. I mean, that's from what I understand of what revenge porn, is, So I don't think that means that the victim is blamed on that. I mean, if anything, it just kind of solidifies them being victimized. I mean, but, so, I don't really agree with that 100%, but, I guess, maybe some people have slightly different definitions about it, I suppose, but... I mean, I don't know. I feel like, as a general gist, I mean, I feel like that's, what most people generally think of what that is. With the general definition I was given there. So, I mean, I don't know. That's what I think of what it is. I don't really see it as something that blames the victim. I mean, I guess unless there's, like, some weird claims, or some shit being like, oh, yeah, this was public and now it wasn't, and... I'm just really re-releasing it and blah, blah, blah. Like, or, the thing is, though, you would have to make, like, some real fucking evidence, to really back that shit up. And it's still, at the very minimal, it's just a scummy move in the first place. So, it's just definitely something that shouldn't be done. Like, at the end of the day, I don't think it's, victim blaming. I think there's always, this implicit level of guilt to the person that is posting it. And, them being the problem of it all. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe obviously, to a certain extent, people got different ideas about it, and, I guess these other non-consensual pornography, well, I mean, I guess that works too, honestly. I mean, there's plenty, but the thing is, like, there's plenty of stuff that isn't necessarily revenge porn that is also that. Which is also fucked up and shouldn't be a thing, but it is. So, I mean, I guess those could be interchangeable to an extent, depending if it is specifically revenge porn stuff, but I don't know. I mean, at that point, it just seems like a little overcomplication. It's the whole, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It's gonna just... You cannot fucking decide. I love these people who think that they can, like, force a term to replace an already popular term for something.
It's because
I don't care what you do,
their minds the connotation that, like, it's a type of porn that someone could endorse, like, ooh, revenge porn.
Not only that, but, like, revenge porn is already a perfectly good term. It's not like it's some kind of misleading term.
I mean,
we already know.
Yeah.
It's already kind of implied that it's non-consensual, and the very basis of being pornography is probably image-based, so... arguing that the latter term implicitly blames the victim and can obscure a variety of... No, it doesn't. How does it implicitly... Oh, like because it's revenge, they must have done something to deserve it or something.
Well, the idea is that they broke up with the person. I mean, that's what that's why I think it's the whole idea, which obviously is a false notion. I mean, just because someone broke up with you doesn't mean that, you're justified at doing something like that. I mean, however you may feel about that, and how, that's, doing something like that certainly will never justify, whatever feelings you may have about, breaking up. I mean, that's just really, or at least, trying to, like, get back at your partner or former partner in some way. I mean, it's just, like, it's basically, like, the equivalent of, like, basically kicking the balls. Like doing, kind of like doing the whole King of Hill episode where Bobby's, learns how to, like, kick the nuts and be like, it's like, it's not your purse! It just, like, kicks you in the nuts and shit. Like, I mean, or, it's the equivalent of that. Where, it's just a low bar, and it's bullshit, and at the very minimal, it's scummy, and at worst, I mean, frankly, there should be at least, some sort of a penalty. I don't necessarily think, like I said, 1.2 billion, with this specific case, but there at least should be a little something, like, because, I mean, that is fucked up, and it shouldn't be something that's acceptable, obviously. I mean, it should be seen as something that, it should at least be seen as, like, some sort of a more minor felony, or, like, at least as a misdemeanor of some sort. And depending on how severe the case can be, maybe even, like, sex offender charges or some shit, or, like, sexual harassment or sexual assault charges. I mean, depending on how severe the whole situation could be. I mean, because at the end of the day, it's all going to be, like, a case-by-case type of scenario. Either way, it's still not good, and the person should certainly at least, have some sort of a repercussion from it.
I don't think anyone associates with that. No one's going around like revenge porn is good because it's revenge for some wrong committed. Like,
what if the person really fucked you over though, TJ?
Well, then that's a horse of a different color. You killed my mom, so I'm releasing your nudes.
I mean, I guess that might be the only rare exceptional case. Like, this bastard killed my mom, so I'm releasing his dick pics. That might be the rare exception. You know what? Okay, you know what? Damn, TJ. You know what? Touche. You know what? That's understandable, actually. I could honestly kind of get that. It's like, yo, here's this kill's dick pics. Killed my mom. I mean, it's like, it will bring a little spotlight on the whole situation, I guess. I mean, you know what? Yeah, I can see that, actually. I mean, well, I don't want to, but, at least that's a scenario I could see it.
I don't know. In that case, Jackson, the woman got in a... I don't need to know their whole fucking life story.
Wait, no. I do want to know about Jackson, though. And the woman got into a relationship around 2016, spent a few years living in Chicago before they had a long and drawn-out breakup. Beginning 2020, according to the original complaint filed 2022, it officially ended a relationship in October 2021. Wait, that's it? It still doesn't say anything about his background. What, is he, like, what, he don't own a business? He ain't, like, some rich hedge fund dude or something? Like, what, he ain't an executive or anything? Like, what the fuck? I mean, come on. I want to know at least, if he's, like, wealthy or not. Like, to justify the number or something. I mean, goddamn.
Jackson, the woman got in a... I don't need to know their whole fucking life story. But it is kind of crazy.
Like, I don't care about them as people, just as fodder for entertainment.
Man.
Fodder for my entertainment. Let humanity be damned.
At this point, I don't even know why people are sending nudes to each other anymore. It needs, like, there's just so much fucking, like, room for abuse in that I feel like, if you want to be nude with each other, just get together and get nude,
Well, what if you're not... Okay, like, that's why I was like, what? Like, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I still technically got news for people that I was, like, kind of close with and shit. But obviously I ain't going out of my way to release that shit, because I'm not a piece of shit. But, like, I mean, like, I don't know, I don't think it's a problem as long as there's just, like, mutual understanding stuff, but, I mean, the thing is, like, once you open, like, that Pandora's box of, like, you know, releasing, like, revenge porn or some shit, like, now you basically become the bad guy. Like, fundamentally, regardless if you even were fundamentally in the right in the whole situation. Like, I mean, at that point, you're now the bad guy. Like, I mean, you know, it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, you basically are just like, you know, literally shooting somebody in the dick. It's not even like, you know, that's my purse, you know, like, you know, Bobby Hill kicking you in the nuts. It's like some dude just shooting you in the dick. It's like, I mean, such a low bar. It's so scummy. It's like, at that point, you're just the bad guy. Fuck you. I mean, it's like, you know, like, even like I said, at the end of the day, even if you were potentially justified in whatever bullshit when it came to that breakup or whatever the hell, you know, it's like, doing that just immediately makes you on the wrong side of it. And rightfully fucking so. I mean, as should be. Like, because that obviously was not consensual to be released to the public. I mean, that was, you know, given to you privately. You know, like, I mean, goddamn. I mean, you know, it seems pretty obvious.
Right, yeah, probably wiser.
Or just post that shit publicly. Just be like, yeah, this is going to end out public anyway, so here you go.
Yeah.
Here it is.
I mean, I guess that's honestly not a bad idea. I mean, that's, you know, like, especially for, like, more sexually active people in a way, being, like, making at least some public content, at least kind of, you know, makes it, in a way, at least, you know, less of a problem. Because, I mean, you know, if you are making, you know, sexual material, at least privately, you know, in a like, there is kind of a, you know, way it's like, hey, might as well make it public, at least if, you know, if it's good enough. Like, I mean, you know, like, it's obviously, though, that, you know, it's, if you're comfortable with it, though. Like, that's kind of the key with it. Though, I mean, like, with things like OnlyFans and stuff like that, and just, like, you know, and all that shit, you know, with amateur, you know, like, you know, content creators on that front, you know, like, whether on, like, you know, Pornhub or whatever the hell, like, I mean, there's, I mean, I feel like it's just more socially acceptable. It's like, even if it's like, you know, a one-off thing, or, you know, you have like a couple things here and there and that's it. Like, I mean, it seems like a little bit more, you know, casual to just have stuff like that, you know, to be out there. Which I think is fine. I mean, you know, it's like, if anything, honestly, the amateur stuff, and at least in my opinion, is way better. It's more, I don't know, like, intimate and actually sincere. Not polished up and, like, you know, kind of fake. You know what I mean? You know, it's not, like, professionalized, you know, where you have to have, like, you know, some whole, like, production, you know, behind it. It's just like, hey, we're horny, now we have a camera, now we're just gonna fuck with the camera. You know, just pointing at us. Like, sometimes, honestly, simplicity is best when it comes to shit like that. I mean, you know, like, so, like, at the end of the day, like, it's just more normalized when it comes to stuff like that. So, I mean, in a way, it's like, hey, if you and your partner are comfortable sharing out for each other, I mean, might as well have it out there. I mean, honestly, a lot of, you know, different amateur, you know, creators in that way, you know, tend to be couples in a lot of ways. Like, you know, so, you know, if anything, you know, it ends up being fine. I mean, like, in a way, at least as far as I'm concerned, hey, I mean, if you're already sharing it with each other, I'd encourage you to just do it public anyway at that point. Like, hey, you know, why not? I mean, obviously, if, you know, like I said, it's, you know, whether if you're comfortable with it, but, you know, I mean, seems like, you know, like, it could be easily, you know, normalized, and, like, you know, there's always going to be at least, you know, a general interest of that, and, you know, whatever. I mean, it's like, porn's porn, whatever. Like, as far as I'm concerned, just as long as it's all consensual. Like, I mean, that's when it's all good. Because once it gets all fucking weird and shit, like this revenge porn stuff or whatever the fuck, I mean, that's when shit is just, like, a problem. And, I mean, like, and that's why, like, there needs to be this sense of fucking trust. I mean, that's really what it all comes down to, is trust. Like, I mean, if you're able to, like, you know, trust your partner with these type of things, then go for it. And if not, then don't, honestly. Even if you yourself are. Like, if you don't think, you know, you're comfortable, you know, with your partner being able to be trusted with something like that, you know, then don't. But to be frank, if that's the case where there's like a trust issue, then you might not be compatible in the first place. You know, just to put that out there anyway. You know, but, you know, it's just one of those things. You know, like, you have to establish the trust and the communication. And that just goes kind of across the board anyway. Like, I mean, you just want that shit. Because if not, things won't work out. And things can turn sour pretty bad, you know, and, you know, you end up getting fucked over and having $1.2 million debt. So, you know, be respectful. Be, you know, establish the trust, establish the communication, and make sure, you know, we all know where the comfortabilities are with people. Seems pretty fair.
Here's my butt. Here's my butthole.
Here's my booty.
Here's my pussy. Here's my dick. Here's everything I got. Check it out.
Here it is. Who gives a fuck?
Lyft and Uber say they could leave Minneapolis if the mayor signs a minimum wage bill for
minimum wage. Oh, the audacity of this mayor to be with the workers and try to give them a minimum wage for our drivers. We're out of here. Fuck that shit. Oh man, of course. Wow.
This is how you know your company is built on a fucked up business model. When, like, literally, like, you have to pay minimum wage is like, well, we're out of here.
Well, we're out of here. Fuck this.
Fuck that. We ain't doing
what
that
the fuck? I mean, I don't even think Amazon would do that. In fact, I don't even think they have. I mean, they've, you know, attempted, you know, a few times before. I think at least, you know, specifically with Amazon, you know, labor union attempts specifically, but when it comes to just like minimum wage increases in states, they don't even do that. Like, I mean, you have to literally be so parasitically corrupt and fucked, you know, it's like, an idea of having minimum wage put in place. All right, we're out. Fuck this. It's like, okay, you're that fucked. Like, you're that fucked up as a company. Like, I mean, Jesus Christ.
It's just exploitation.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it just shows how exploitative and parasitical and how, like, much of these motherfuckers are like robbers, you know, to these drivers and these contractors and shit. I mean, it's like, because this is the reason why, like, so many of these drivers have to basically, you know, rely on the graces of tips. I mean, and it just exacerbates, you know, our toxic tipping culture that is in America. Because tipping should be due to exceptional service, not to help supplement someone's income. I mean, it never should have been about that, but in America, that's what it is. Like, you know, tipping people in America, you're helping, you know, making sure that, you know, people's income is actually more to a standard of living than not. And if anything, at least making their wage in general, at least for the day, a little more livable. I mean, that's just how fucked it is.
100%. Like, taxis sucked. So it's like, hey, we have this new great idea. We can just turn the average everyday schlub into a taxi. It's perfect. And for a while, like, you know, it was decent. And of course, when it basically destroyed those markets and they became the dominant player, these companies are horrible. Oh, you know, you're basically, you're not an employee, so you don't get, you don't get paid a regular, stable wage. Even though that's essentially what they want, because how does their service function if these people don't consistently work for them? It doesn't. But you have to get to keep them as contractors. So it's like, yeah, these people should be given a minimum wage because they're making these companies billions of dollars. Uber has made billions of dollars off the backs of these workers.
Yep.
And it's yet again, anytime they even try to take a fucking small piece of that success, it's like these companies are like, oh, you know what? Then we're just done with that. We're not going to do that. And by the way, they're still going to be there.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, these companies are the first ones to throw their hands in the air when, like, you know, the workers, you know ask for the, like, barest minimal. In this case, it wasn't necessarily the workers. It was just, you know, like, the mayor. Like, the mayor, like, you know, decided to be like, hey, there should be a bare minimal, you know, for a wage, you know, for your drivers and stuff. So we're going to, you know, put in, you know, some legislation for the city. And they're like, fuck this, we're done. Like, that's what their first result was. They weren't even willing to, like, you know, maybe potentially lobby the mayor or, like, you know, do some negotiation. They weren't even willing to do that. Because at least, you know, for a lot of these other parasitical companies and shit, they'll look at, you know, mayor doing something like this and then be like, okay, well, here, we'll just, like, you know, give you a, you know, big paycheck, you know, we'll have you water down the bill a little bit, you know, make it so it's a little bit more favorable to us, and blah, blah, blah. And, yeah, like, they would do shit like that. I mean, they're so brazen. Like, I mean, we're just in such a time in America where, like, especially when it comes to, like, you know, these capitalistic, you know, robber barons, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, fascist shit, like, they are just brazen as fuck. Like, they don't give a fuck. I mean, they think they could just rub it in. And at least right now, they can. You know, people don't give that much of a shit. At least yet, hopefully. Because, like, I mean, goddamn. I mean, especially when it comes to this one. I mean, there's gonna, like, especially when it comes to these, you know, robber barons, like, there's only a certain amount of rubbing this in, you know, people's faces where, it, you know, eventually will boil over. At least when it comes to this. Like, there's sure shit ain't no way that they're gonna be able to just, like, continue with this. Like, I mean, they, you know, look at the fucking Gilded Age. Because we're in that now. We're just in the modern Neo-Gilded Age. I mean, it's like... And, you know, in the Gilded Age back then, historically in America, it lasted for a while before things really hit a fulcrum point and that shit, you know, came to an end. It lasted a few decades, at least. Like, 2 decades, I think, at least. So that age, you know, was for a time, you know, and we're in that right now. We've been in it, you know, I mean, you know, honestly, to be frank, you know, for a while. At least, you know, since... probably like the late 2000s, honestly, especially at least I think since 08, 09. You know, because after the Great Recession, you know, a lot of these, you know, robber baron motherfuckers, you know, really heavily codified their power after that. I mean, they already had a lot of codified power, you know, before then, but they really heavily, you know, gripped it after that. And now we're just in that age. But, like I said, if we have anything, you know, to look at historically with the Gilded Age, you know, in times past, it didn't last forever. And it came to a fulcrum point, you know, and at a certain point, they can only rub it in so fucking much. Just like the oil barons and the robber barons back then, you know, rubbing it in. They rubbed it in, you know, a little too much. And these motherfuckers are doing the same fucking thing. I mean, because honestly, especially when it comes to these, you know, contractors and shit, when it comes to Lyft and Uber, like, I mean, goddamn, dude. I mean, it's like, I mean, they could just, like, you know... utterly fucking abused and exploited when it comes to this shit. And the thing is, like, these, you know, companies are basically just apps. Like, a lot of these, you know, contractors basically just, like, have their own vehicles, you know, have their own hours set, like, and they try to sell that as a benefit, even though that's actually kind of, like, more of a, you know, boon to them. Not necessarily the fact that they have their own vehicle being used and shit, but the fact that it's not subsidized when it comes to, like, using gas, or... when it comes to, like, making sure that, like, you know, maybe, you know, if they don't have necessarily the proper vehicle, they could maybe get subsidized for a trade or something, or whatever the fuck, you know, or maybe having, like, a company-based vehicle. Like, there's nothing, you know, in there available when it comes to, like, you know, an investment, you know, for the workers whatsoever. It's all for the app and basically, you know, for the investment of, you know, the advancement of that and for the, you know, administration aspect of it. And everything on the back end. It's not for, you know, the people that are actually, you know, making the money for that shit. They don't get any fucking benefit. And if a mayor or, like, you know, a state or anything else, you know, or, you know, anyone else, you know, wants to try to do that shit, it's like, oh, no, fuck this. We're done.
They're going to give up these markets. They have no intention of giving up any market share. It's just this the shit they say anytime they're challenged publicly. Like, oh, you know what? Then it's gone. It's like, fuck that. You guys are going to give up all this money?
In a 7-5 vote, the Minneapolis City Council passed.
I mean, the thing is, it's a threat. I mean, you know, honestly, realistically, they probably won't leave. But the whole idea is the threat of it. Like, I mean, it's pretty much meant to intimidate, you know, the mayor to try to, like, you know, water the whole idea down. And realistically, you know, that might not happen. I mean, you know, considering everything. But... you know, they're probably going to at least, you know, minimize a lot of their investments into Minneapolis at this point. Like, if anything, they're probably going to, like, divest a lot, you know, to the point where it's not really that functional, to the point where, like, they might add, like, some amendment to the whole, you know, law that they pushed, or, you know, just, you know, basically just make it so people are just pissed off and, you know, try to, like, you know, strike it down or, like, take it out. Either way, I mean, it's basically just a way to try to piss people off. Which, hey, it works, but not the way they intended.
That includes a number of rideshare worker protections, including a minimum wage for Uber and Lyft drivers. Mayor Jacob Frey,
which that should be just across the board,
has
like across the country, honestly. Like, what the fuck?
And has until Wednesday, August 23rd, to do so. The proposed ordinance mandates that at least $1.40 per mile and 51 cents per minute within Minneapolis be paid to drivers. Minneapolis is debating the minimum wage as gig workers across the country are advocating for fair wages and job benefits. In recent years, states and cities have attempted to pass legislation regarding the growing gig economy or freelance work through apps like Uber and Grubhub, but have generally met with fierce opposition. On Tuesday, Lyft sent a letter to the city council saying, should this proposal become law, Lyft will be forced to cease operations in the city of Minneapolis on its effective date of January 1st.
Oh, you won't be forced? Bullshit.
They'll be forced because they actually have to pay people a reasonable amount of money.
It's like, we'll be forced to just not operate here anymore because we have to pay people a fair wage here. Ugh, the audacity of it all. I mean, give me a fucking break, dude. My lord.
Lyft, according to a statement sent to CNN Thursday, said the bill would be detrimental to drivers who would ultimately earn less because prices could double and only the most wealthy could still afford a ride. Oh, yeah. That old chestnut.
Oh, where have I heard that before? Man, I love that old fucking argument. Oh, if we increase the wages, then all the products are going to, like, double in price. Which, by the way, doesn't happen. Especially with, like, a lot of inflation and shit these days when it comes to corporate greed. Like, a lot of these prices have been skyrocketing, across the board from all sorts of things, from consumerism to necessities. And wages have not, been a role whatsoever in any of that. So, like, this whole idea that, like, wages somehow would make, like, inflation worse is bullfuck. Is bullshit. I mean, and honestly, like, I'm pretty sure, honestly, there has been studies about this where it's like, when it comes to the actual inflation, when wages are adjusting shit, at least, to, like, $1 a year or something like that, like, the inflation goes up by, like, cents. Like, it doesn't go up very significantly. Like, I mean, so even with that in mind, that means that a lot of inflation isn't because of fucking wages, which, honestly, that whole idea was fucking preposterous in the first place. Unless, like, you have, like, $15 and it go from, like, 35 and you literally do that within 1 year and like that. Like, that would definitely, cause an issue, but no one does that. No one, like, I mean, they might have, like, a way to, like, make the minimum wage, from 15 to, like, 35, but there would be, like, an incremental process over time. So it slightly adjusts over the years. Like, I mean, it's not like something that happens instantaneously. Unless it's like $1 increase, give or take. And even then, I mean, it doesn't cause that much of an inflation, issue, by any metric. It's just bullshit.
Raise the minimum wage for fast food workers. Cheeseburger be $100.
$100.
So in order to pay these workers a fucking decent wage, you'd have to fucking double the rides. No. You would just have to accept a smaller profit margin.
Basically, like, you could literally keep the prices of the rides the same, and, the workers of those, driver, like, with the drivers and shit, like, being paid more, with the minimum wage, applied. And, it would be taking the tiniest of fucking cut in the profit margins. Because this is what, a company cares about the most. And this is what a corporation cares about the most, fundamentally, at the end of the day. Is profit margins. Even if it's detrimental to them. Like, I mean, because fundamentally, this shit is kind of detrimental to them in the long term. But they don't give a fuck, because they want to try to maximize their profit margins, in the most brutal, maximum way possible for the most shortest term. If you raise wages, then why do we have to raise prices? Why? No one's holding up a gun to your head. It's not like you have a shortage of goods to sell. Plenty of cows left for McDonald's. Yeah, no shit. That, and also, it's like, I mean, you know, if, like, you know, prices are already up as it is and people's wages haven't, you know, adjusted to it, then how in the fuck, you know, can we afford it in the first place? Like, raising wages would at least just adapt to the fucking prices that we have. The idea that it would, like, bump up, you know, to such a level that it would just basically somehow continue the same reciprocal cycles is bullshit. It's just so that, yeah, it's just a justification of how they can maintain the fucking status quo is all it is. Because it's just like, because it's just a fucking total misnomer. It's just bullshit. And there are a lot of people that are just genuinely kind of conditioned and believe this stupid bullshit. I mean, honestly, frankly, my dad's kind of one of those fucking people. And I've had this conversation a few times with him. Yeah, I'm going to go to the bathroom quick. I'll be right back. But, yeah. Gotta love the fucking robber barons, dude. Up. Here's the top. I mentioned, okay, cool. Not to mention there aren't nearly as much rich people as poor people or middle class. Well, not as poor class, would probably be more accurate. Or I guess like the, you know, more like upper working class in a sense. The more better off level of the working class. But yeah, I get what you mean. So it seems logical to hedge your bets to appeal to the minority. Also, I mean, if only we could use the fact that we are a majority against the rich. Yeah. I mean, I guess, you know, one of the silver linings about being in the New Gilded Age is that there is kind of a little bit more of a consciousness about that, you know, that has been kind of rising, you know, within people, especially when it comes to, like, labor and unionization efforts and stuff like that. And kind of like, you know, the strengthening and re-strengthening of unions and stuff. So, I mean, I think, you know, in a way that's starting to kind of work its way back. I mean, certainly not, you know, to the energy it needs to be, you know, but it's getting there. Like, I mean, like I said from earlier, like a part of the New Gilded Age, or I keep saying New Gilded Age because I'm thinking of our Gilded Age now, but you know, with the first Gilded Age, I mean, it was something that happened for a while, like at least for like 2 decades, you know, or, you know, frankly, honestly, at least for like 3. At least for like 3, you know, decades about, and like, it took a while for a fulcrum point to really hit, you know, when it came to that type of shit. And, you know, being a part of Neo Gilded Age, I mean, you know, especially living in it, it seems like it's never going to end, or it just always was, or whatever. You know, it's just like, I mean, it just seems like, you know, it ain't going to get away, but, I mean, at least, you know, when it comes to this element of history kind of repeating itself, or at least having a little, like, rhythm in this sense, I mean, if it repeats itself enough, then we'll certainly have our fulcrum point, and frankly, probably maybe sooner than we realize. I think 2024 might, like, push it closer, and then, I don't know, maybe sometime after that, like 2028, 2032, like somewhere around there. Like, it's gonna be around election year, right? Like, that's that much I feel. What are you barking about? What's up, baby? What's up? You little boof? The not as worse off class. Yeah, pretty much. Satan. Oh, wait, there we go. The manager had to look like he is retiring to some of the cake. Oh my god, this is kind of like a dad joke if I've ever seen one, honestly. A dad joke in meme form. That's something that my fucking dad would do, dude. Oh my god, that is, dude. That is like, dude, that is like, yeah, honestly, if I'm thinking about how that's something that my dad would do, that is certainly a fucking dad joke. That is a dad joke if I've ever seen one. Like, goddamn, dude. But you know what? It's good. I like it. That's a good one. 100 times worse as your friend's mom. Wait. I haven't seen you in forever. Let's send everyone's fuck away and talk about our annoying kids. Oh my god. I feel you, dude. This is, dude, my mom in a nutshell. Oh my god, this is like my mom in a nutshell. Oh my god. That's way too accurate. Jesus Christ. My goodness gracious. I like how that only shows... Whoa! I didn't... Jesus Christ. Wait, whoa. Wait, who's this? Who the fuck? Oh, is this Greg Locke? Oh my, oh. I heard about this. I haven't seen it, but I heard about it. Oh hell yeah, hold up. We gotta find the beginning of that bitch. Oh, we gotta find the beginning of that bitch right there. Oh my god, yes, please. Oh my goodness gracious. I want to see him destroy that Barbie thing, dude. I heard about this. I haven't seen it, but oh, do I want to now. Oh, hell yes. Oh, hell yeah. Look at him. Look at, dude, he looks like a fucking, like, meth-addled Florida man, dude. That's, like, squinting down ready to fuck a gator or some shit. Like, look at him. Like, what a fucking freak, man. Like, Jesus Christ. What a fucking, like, noodle, dude. Like, man, this dude is like, honestly, I'm pretty sure he's at least meffed up. Like, that I feel confident about. Like, oh my god. I noticed that he has 2 Corinthians 10:4 of the New King James Version. You know what? Since that verse is there, what the fuck is it referring to? Because I have a Bible. It's not the New King James Version, but it is a Bible. Where's 2 Corinthians in here? Yeah, because whenever I see Bible verses, I always like to, check them out to see what, is being exempt, from their specific thing. Chronicle, blah, 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 where is it? Oh, here we go, I found Corinthians. Wow, it's really this far back? Oh shit, well, dude, these chapters are short. Okay, wait, so it's the 4th verse? Okay, so this is the 4th verse, at least, from what mine says. I use God's mighty weapons, not those made by man, to knock down the devil's strongholds. Which I think, that's what is being said there, too. But here, let's read, before, and then I'll read a little afterwards. Just so we can kind of get an idea about what, might be, exempt here. Okay, just kind of, okay. I hope I won't need to show you when I come how harsh and rough I can be. This is in the New Testament, by the way. I love how a lot of Christians will be like, oh, in the New Testament, God's actually more forgiving. I hope I won't need to show you when I hope I won't need to show you when I come how harsh and rough I can be. New Testament. This is like, you see how far at the end of the book I am on this? That ain't Old Testament. I don't want to carry out my present plans against some of you who seem to think my deeds and my words are merely those of an ordinary man. Is it true that I'm an ordinary, weak human being? It is true that I am an ordinary, weak human being. That's contradictory, literally within, like, 2 verses of each other. I'm not even kidding. Wait, that's, like, contradictory of, right after itself. So, it says, like, right after how harsh and rough I can be, it says, I don't want to carry out my present plans against some of you who seem to think my deeds and words are merely those of an ordinary man. Here's literally the next verse, the 3rd verse. It is true that I am an ordinary, weak human being, but I don't use my human plans and methods to win my battles. But you just admitted that you are an ordinary man. So this is literally all right before this verse right here, verse 4. This is the 2nd and 3rd verse, and those 2 verses literally contradict each other. I know there's going to be some weird foo-foo justification bullshit, but, I mean, it's like, I don't use human plans and methods to win my battles, which, yeah, you do. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but guess what, bitch? Because of, books like this about the art of war, things like that, I mean, yeah, there's an art of war, and that's a man-made thing. That's a man concept. You ain't gonna be able to beat around the bush on that one. I use God's mighty weapon. So this is this verse. So I use God's mighty weapons, those made by man, to knock down the devil's strongholds. So here's afterwards. Verse 5. These weapons can break down every proud argument against God. What? Wait. Really? Oh, wait, what about me? Oh, wait, what about me? Am I one of the devil's strongholds? So wait, like, what about my arguments? Which are very proud indeed, because, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty proudful about, being against this shit, so what about my ass? Why ain't my shit, why am I not, like, burning or melting like a witch or something because I'm touching this? What the fuck? That is just brazen, dude. And every wall that can be built to keep men from finding him. These weapons can capture rebels and bring them back to God and change them into men whose heart's desire is obedience to Christ. Sounds very forgiving and very empathetic. Definitely doesn't sound like a North Korean agent trying to fucking, like, do some re-education on your ass because you dared speak ill of Kim Jong-un or some shit. Yeah, like, that don't sound dystopianly, like, fascistic at all. Here, I'll read one more. Right afterwards, the 6th verse. I will use these weapons against every rebel who remains after, and I have used them on you. Have first used them on you yourselves, and you surrender to Christ. The trouble is with you that you look at me and I seem weak and powerless, but you don't look beneath the surface. And yet, if anyone could, don't judge a book by its cover, basically. Yeah, you can say that for any mortal man, by the way. You can literally say that for any human being. Yeah, like, there's plenty of people that, like, that might be perceived as, like, weak or powerless, or, someone that could be, like, a doormat, or whatever the fuck, or being like, some big, strong, aggressive guy, but is actually kind of a teddy bear or something, you could literally do this for mortal people. Like, I mean, fuck. I mean, really? That's not the trouble. That's just an excuse. I mean, wait. Well, oh my God, it gets better. Yet, if anyone can claim the power and authority of Christ, I certainly can. So it's just this random fuck. Like, wait, it's Paul. Like, so this is for the words of Paul. I just like at the beginning of the 10th chapter. But like, So this is like Paul just like prophetizing that like, oh, you know, don't judge a book by its cover. Just trust me, bruh. You fucking dude. Oh my god. See, this is why I love, you know, when I see, you know, something like that. That's why I love, you know, actually exploring, you know, the outer layers of the verses that they, you know, cherry pick. Because honestly, there's always like some interesting shit that always kind of surrounds the main verse that they're looking at. Because, I mean, I can understand to see how, you know, like a motherfucker like this, you know, will build a sermon behind all of this. Because even though they have a highlight, you know, verse like this, I've been to these things. I've been to these sermons before. Not like his, but I've been to these, like, you know, I've been to church before. I know how this works. Like, they'll always have a highlight, and they'll specifically talk about that, but then they'll kind of go into detail about some of these other verses and kind of go through, you know, like, kind of like what I was just doing a little bit, but obviously in a very more preachy, Christian, churchy way. You know, and use that, and we'll find some other story somewhere else in the Bible that, you know, could be tangential or, you know, some other verses, and then use and basically do the same thing. And that's how, especially, they cherry pick so much of this type of shit, because they'll find like one verse like that, and then basically have people hyperfixate with that, and then they can, you know, continue reading the rest of the Bible and stuff, and maybe people will read along, but they're going to hyperfixate with, you know, like with this verse, you know, specifically, and essentially, you know, for all intents and purposes, you know, like, just be, you know, like, guided, you know, by, you know, his words, you know, when it comes to, you know, the interpretation of what it says. I mean, it's all like a psychological, manipulative, you know, thing going on. It's honestly, you know, like, this is why I like, you know, like I said, check a shit like this out, because, I mean, it really is kind of a, you know, like, when it comes to, at least, you know, my Bible studies, I guess, you know, I always like to kind of, you know, tie it into the psychological analysis of how, like, easily, like, you know, these type of people like Greg Locke here can really manipulate a lot of people with, especially when it comes to interpretation and cherry picking and stuff like that. Because, like I said, it's why, you know, when I see stuff like this, I always want to try to see what's around the edges, you know, the extra fat that they decide to cut. Because, you know, sometimes there's some pretty interesting things that might be, you know, just outside of a verse like that. You know, just like what we're just reading. Like, you know, not even a verse or two after this. It was just like, you know, like, trust me, bruh. Don't judge a book by its cover, bruh. I mean, it's like, what? I mean, you know, so, funny enough, he's using books to judge this demonic stronghold of the Barbie. See, you know what? Just because now I know the verse and now know the context of it, now I know why he has this whole Barbie thing here, too, by the way. Like, now that I kind of see, which honestly just literally looks like some weird ass IKEA, like, shelf, honestly. Like, I don't see where the fuck the, like, I mean, like, I don't see where the Barbie thing is, but whatever. I guess we'll figure it out. We start church, but we only read the 6 parts of the Bible. I'll be okay with that. I feel like something Stancy would do. Oh, dude, she totally would do that. Also found out the day she's going to be doing her comedy tour in Portland is going to be the day I'm going to be seeing Beast in Black. It's September 27th, and, you know, Beast in Black is doing a show that night, and she's also doing it. I think she's going to be in Seattle, Washington the day before, so I might I might do a train ride and go up there. I might go see her in Seattle instead. My Bible makes good rolling paper. Don't disagree. And so the Devil's Stronghold look like this. I would say this is like one of the fortresses right outside of, you know, the main stronghold. But, yeah, close.
And those definitely like.
But here, I want to see some of this shit, though.
Put those down. So, all right, we're starting on our goals. That's enough Paul therapy for the night. Thank you for
Paul therapy.
Indulging me yet again in Paul therapy time. But,
I mean, dude, whatever. It killed time. It did what it needed to do.
That is true.
You figured out a way to make something with it.
I think maybe I just need to be more open to talking about how I'm feeling based on the stories.
That's what I'm saying to you. Just
do it, Paul. I mean, honestly, I love it when you go on a rant. I mean, I love it when you go on a rant and just go on how you feel, Paul. I mean, what do you think TJ's revolutionary Greg Abbott rant was about? I mean, that was just, basically, taking his emotions and saying how he feels. Because sometimes you just gotta let that shit out, brother. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta just let that shit out, Like, you can't just bottle it up. I mean, I like a good old Paul rant. And honestly, it's cathartic because, like, I feel the same way, and, like, I kind of, sympathize. Not just empathize, but kind of sympathize a little bit with, like, Paul's, stuff when it comes to, like, depression and anxiety and stuff, so I feel with it. I mean, honestly, I kind of feel like, when it comes to stories and shit, I kind of relate to Paul the most when it comes to, like, my feelings about some of these stories, because, like, he's kind of a soft soul, really deep down inside, and I kind of am too. So I can recognize one when I see one, and, it's like, man, I relate. Just take a bunch of fucked up sex quotes and make them sound wholesome. Oh, I know. Dude, that'd be great. It's like, and then Lot was raped by her daughters, and that all beautifully symbolized their willingness to devote themselves to the cause of the Holy Lord of Christ God himself. This cat basically just threw itself at me. Good, it wants attention, it wants love.
Can come out with it, you want to bottle it in because you're like, I don't think that'd make good content, but how the fuck do you know until you put it out there in the world, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Amen, TJ.
So this is fucking insane. I saw this last night. It was kind of after Amelia had helped me find a bunch of news stories, and I saw this and I was like, we gotta add this to the fucking list, because this is fucking crazy. This dude, and we've covered him before, this
Greg
Pastor
Locke.
Greg Locke guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
He has
Dude, it looks like such a weird, like, demon-looking snake, dude. Just, like, contorted, like I'm a goblin Christian fascist demon. Like, he just literally looks like a fucking goblin, bro. Look at him. Oh my fucking Christ, dude. Fucking Gollum over here, Jesus.
He's wrapped a baseball bat.
This dude is evil. I know he's evil. Like, I'm aware of him. Like, I'm familiar with him. We were just doing a little Bible study, with this. We're like, because I can already tell what his sermon is about. Like, as soon as I started reading the rest of, like, that one verse and looked around, just, like, on the edges of it from the, verse 1 to... I read through basically verse 1 through 8. Like, and, and just looking at this whole thing here and what he's doing, I already know what the fuck he's doing. I already know what his sermon is. I already know what the talking points are going to be. I already fucking know. Because, I mean, I've lived some of this shit. Not to this right-wing extreme, but I've been to enough, of these sermons in churches and stuff like that, and studies and shit like that, to where I know how this shit works. I mean, especially with the presentation he's going to be doing here. And, he says shit like autism is like a demonic possession. He's like, he thinks, I mean, dude, he's a fucking, like, demon himself, frankly, as far as I give a shit. I mean, look at him. He's like a goblin demon. I mean, look at this motherfucker. I mean, just how he's contorted. He's like a goblin demon witch, like, he's like, I'm a goblin witch demon. It's just like, I mean, it's like, fuck. It's like, Jesus. You actually know a guy who went to his church? Oh, fuck. Condolences. The way I know no Christians survived the rashes because there'd be no way for them to recognize the Antichrist. They just got people like this and they just nod their heads along. I mean, no shit. Someone call an exorcist? What, who, for Greg Locke or for me? Dude, we'll throw you out if you even do so much as correct him on the Bible. Oh, I bet. I absolutely fucking bet. Yes. Oh, so it's one of those answers. Fair enough.
In Bibles.
There's a bat with literally taped with Bibles. Wait, what?
Taped it all down, and he's going to destroy a Barbie dream house with it. I don't know what.
Let's figure it out.
That's literally the only way to make your Louisville Slugger, like, lamer, is you wrap it in Bibles. Can we please not? Oh, it's a metal bat.
It's a metal bat, but you can see it's wrapped.
Dude, he duct taped a bunch of Bibles to a bat. Dude, it took too many hits, dude. Like, that was pretty pathetic.
Bibles wrapped. He's like
He's an ex-meth head, supposedly. Fucking called it, dude. Dude, how much you want to bet he's not an ex-meth head? He's a relapsed meth head. How much you want to bet? How much, dude?
By, like, ruining it, wrapping it.
I'm not serious. I'm not being serious. But, dude, I mean, for real. Like, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if he was still doing to pump himself up. Oh, that's what I mean. He's a relapsed meth head. I'm sure, like, he found God and religion via, like, recovering from meth. And then he was able to use his charisma to get, you know, wealthy and powerful and make his own church. And because he has a lot of fuck you money, he decided to kind of get back on sauce a little bit because it kind of helps, you know, bring a lot of energy and spice, you know, when talking about, you know, the light of the Lord and shit. Especially considering how conspiratorial he is. I mean, you know, like, I mean, because being a meth head and being a conspiracy nut job, you know, go hand in hand like, you know, butter and bread. You know, so it's like, I mean, you know, it's just one of those things, you know, like, I care fuck it to you, like, if you did an FBI raid on his entire fucking, like, church, his office would have at least, like, a few fat fucking rocks of meth, dude, that he's, like, ready to smoke up, dude. Dude, there's gonna be at least, like, a pound of that shit, you know, in that entire church, you know, when all's said and done. Maybe, honestly, more. Probably at least a few pounds. And I mean pounds, like, hefty fucking pounds. Yeah, speaking of the town he's in, he brings in way too much traffic in the rural roads around his compound. Oh my god, the infrastructure is so shit that it actually makes it worse because of all the traffic. Oh my god. They want to move to a city location and build for that much traffic. You know, honestly, I guess the silver lining is maybe they should just improve it by just making the infrastructure better. But you know what? I can see why they're not doing it because they don't want to enable it. So, fair enough. Just make it so shut down. I don't even give a fuck if that church is turned into a strip mall. That'll be the rare exception where I'm okay with that. And just basically make that, you know, how you rebuild the infrastructure there. But don't enable it. In fact, make it worse. Like, you know, I want the city to literally make potholes and make more problems in the infrastructure around that church, you know, just so it forces him to leave. Is the devil trying to make him move? Well, make a move. Come on, devil. Let's make a move. Get on out. Get on, get, oh, yeah. Gonna whoop your ass, you dumb crazy bitch. Crazy ass, little mad head.
Up around a bat, and then he uses the Bible to destroy a big, expensive Barbie.
Dude, look at this bat, bro. I mean, what the fuck? All you need to do is convince him the devil wants him to stay. I mean, no shit. It isn't that far from Bama. Well, maybe you should try to convince him and his flock that the devil wants him to actually stay there.
Definitely bought.
Rose is on to something, dude.
I mean, he probably didn't assemble it himself.
Is this all you have to do to be one of these grifters now? It's like, I don't have to even say shit about God and it's going to destroy shit? I didn't realize that.
You just smash it. I mean, you gotta fucking have some kind of sermon for how it makes some kind of sense or something, so.
I mean, when I, look, if they just see the destruction part, I'm down to.
I mean, I already know. I mean, teacher, I know you don't have a Bible ready for you, but, like, hey, I did. So I was able to kind of dig in and see what it was about. And I know what it is. He thinks that Barbie and feminism and woke and queerness and all that stuff is tied in together. And it's all part of the devil's plan and tied into that bigger, broader fucking narrative. And he sees that Barbie doll houses are like a symbology of the stronghold of the devil. And the Bible bat is supposed to symbolize, you know, the hammer of God, basically. And the judgment of God. That's exactly what his sermon is. I already know. That's exactly what the fuck it is. Like, I mean, it's pretty obvious, you know, honestly, especially if you've been to these before. I mean, not specifically Greg Locke, but I mean, if you've grown up, going to church before and shit, you know how this shit works.
Heard of it, but the Bible stuff, I mean, definitely not.
Yeah, this is like the worst Gallagher routine of all time, basically.
What? Well, dear old Greggy boy is back, and this time he has a new business venture, a new investment opportunity just for you. But as always, first he has to build up...
What is it? I've got to buy...
Who are you? Like, wait, who are you again? Why do you look like a botched Emma Viga clone? Like, I mean, like, I don't care. Give me to this guy. I don't give a fuck.
But please.
Pay attention to what the Greek word for pulling down means.
So here's the verse. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds.
And that's the New King James Version, which it was different from my version, but it's pretty much the same thing. But,
whatever, dude. Fuck that shit. That's just gobbledygook.
Oh, it's in church center around this.
How can you say that? That's the word of gourd.
Oh, fuck yeah,
what do you
dude.
mean? It doesn't just mean...
Delicious.
Well, I'm just going to pull it...
Amen to that.
It means you demolish.
Whoa. The demonic ring, dude. Oh, shit. Was he on something?
The house that the evil spirit left when you kicked it out.
You tell there's not really that many people here, too.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Wait, hold on.
You tell there's not really that many people.
The house that the evil spirit...
Oh, yeah, you can. Yeah, dude. It was pretty sparse. Dude, it cut off right when it started getting a little empty there, dude. Dude, some of those seats look pretty empty.
When you kicked it out.
You tell there's not really that many people here, too.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I can't imagine that this guy would draw like a huge following because he's pretty...
Who's this most country I have over God? It exists.
Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
I don't know. I feel that way about the ones that do have a ton.
It actually does bring me, euphoria and blessings and stuff like that because, well, it actually exists and can bear results for me. So, usually very positive ones and feeling satisfied after eating it.
But, he has this very large setup, but you can kind of see the crowd is a little sparse.
Out!
Just wait. He's building. He's a storyteller. Let him...
Well, I don't care. I know this. You don't have to narrate this for me, lady. Like, okay, whatever.
Little story.
All right. I was.
Yeah, I was tuned in until you cut it off.
Let him tell his story.
Store, we ought to start selling some Bible bats in the name of Jesus.
Bible bats in the name of Jesus. I tell you what, in Jesus' name, Lord mercy. My God, dude, yeah, this guy's methed out, bro. He didn't take a fat meth hit, but he took enough, to really feel a good fuck buzz, dude. He's feeling the lordly meth buzz, dude. Like, he's feeling the Lord's buzz with the meth on this one, dude. I mean, dude, look at this fucking absurd thing, bro. What the fuck?
Woo! Because what some of you need to understand is you've been delivered from a demon, but you've not pulled down the stronghold yet.
No,
He's talking about the stronghold that, is in Corinthians verse 5. What we were just reading earlier.
A demon. But you ain't pulled down the stronghold yet, Scotty.
If you aren't reconsidering your views, I've seen some guy smash a dollhouse. I don't know what we'll tell you. I'll not give. We'll go fuck buzz. I'm ready to mingle, and there doesn't want for no more. Well, every time you do, I'm literally reacting to things like right now. Like, I mean, it's
I gotta destroy the shit that...
You little fucking hoe.
Destroy the shit that imprisoned me, dude.
Yeah, that Barbie dream house, that's what's keeping you shackled, Scotty.
Oh.
Well, I mean, because it's meant to symbolize, the devil's stronghold to Greg Locke. I mean, obviously it's retarded and stupid, but, I mean, that's what it's meant to symbolize as, for his whole sermon. Right. Like I said, I literally already, saw, like, what the hell he's gonna do, when it came to his sermon and, his theme with this, whole shebang. So... I mean, I won't beat, that horse, dead already,
right, then, dude.
You gotta fucking...
Do I have...
Yeah, hold on, yeah. I don't think I've seen the Discord thing quite yet. Yeah, hold on. Let me, just in case. Here. Blessed by Mailbox Frog. Oh my goodness, look at that little froggy. It's It's a lot of frog. Every now and then I can find a little frog out here sometimes.
What do they do with a Bible bat?
This someone like Steve Anderson. Yeah, Steve Anderson, yeah, honestly, they're at least pretty equivocal.
I just like smash it or something with a bat that doesn't have Bibles around it.
YouTube leftist or
Can I smash, fucking, Greg Locke with a Bible bat?
Cringe. How can you say that? Cringe. Like this chick? Compared to fucking Greg Locke, you're fucking zeroing in on this chick?
Yeah, honestly, she's not cringe. She's just like, she needs to, react once you've played the clip. You don't have to interrupt and be like, oh, wait, it gets better. She looks 16. Yeah, and also she's doing it like, it's like, hey, Billy Mays here. It's just like, hey, this isn't an ad. Like, Emma Thorne clone. I was thinking Emma Vigeland, but, dude, yeah, wait, Emma Thorne, Emma Vigeland, yeah, she looks like some sort of a random Emma clone. What the fuck?
Saying, wow, Greggy Boy has really gone off the rails.
Well, probably because they have an expectation of this person actually having something insightful to say. Whereas I know Greg Locke has nothing insightful to say.
Yeah, I don't know if she's insightful or not. Whatever. She's competition, so... Boo to her.
Yeah, she's actually good, but you don't think about it.
I do think it's kind of cringe the way that she's like, little Greggy boy over here.
Little Greggy boy over here is a little storyteller, let me just say. Oh, it gets better. Here, listen in. Oh, by the way, before it gets even, better, it's just like, man, he just goes crazy and crazy, and it is just insane. And, by the way, it gets even better. It's like, you don't have to, whatever.
Style. She's doing her thing for whatever her crowd likes, so whatever for that, but...
It kind of irks me, but yeah, whatever.
Greggy Poo here.
It's honestly, it's an attempt to, react a little too hard. Sometimes it's just okay to let a thing play out for a minute. It's just kind of an attempt to just kind of react a little too hard,
The story.
She ain't fucking rapping...
You are my competitor, sir.
She ain't wrapping a bat with Bibles and smashing a dream
She's probably trying things out. I honestly think she's probably, 21 or 22. Realistically, she is young, but probably not 16. I just realized it looks like she is doing this from her fucking bedroom, and this is from TYT, by the way. This is on their channel. So, she is making some money, but for some reason, she's in her bedroom. I don't know, dude. She's got a thing going on, whatever. I'll forgive her too, but if for an established network, you would think this wouldn't be your background, and I don't know. It's just, dude, TYT is fucking weird, man. I don't get it. I don't get it anymore. It just ain't what it used to be back in DHC.
Hey, Paul, I'm a long-time listener, first-time chat. Thank you for sharing what's on your mind. And the tip about the stories, too.
Yeah, cool.
There you go.
Yeah, no problem.
He'd buy the cheapest baseball bats he could find, and he'd mark them up 200% and put Global Vision Bible on it, and people would buy it. People would buy it in bulk. But wait, hang on, wait. Just don't go anywhere, because the best part's coming up.
With $19.95 plus shipping and handling, you too can get a Bible baseball bat. Dude, this does sound like an advertisement. Look, woman, look, okay, you do you, but holy shit, don't make this sound like a fucking corporate ad infomercial at 2:30 a.m. What the fuck? It's like, but wait, it gets better. I literally was joking about this a minute ago. She did that already. She did it gets better already, and now she's doing it again. Dude, okay, now she actually is starting to annoy me. Okay, you know what? She is actually kind of starting to annoy me.
Well, we already saw him smash. You opened the video with him smashing it, so.
Well, I want to see more of it.
Maybe that's not her favorite part, though. Let's see.
You gotta get rid of the triggers on that iPhone. You gotta get rid of the triggers on that Netflix. You gotta lose her number. You gotta lose his number. The demon comes out when you...
By the way, this guy recently got divorced.
Of course
so this thing about, you gotta lose her number and shit, this is obviously all just, aggression towards his ex.
Yeah, that's cope.
Yeah, there certainly is definitely an underlying level of that. I mean, because I know he is going for a Daughter of Horus, and when he said, gonna lose her number, like, yep, that immediately is, like, kind of an underlying projection with that, for sure.
All just monumental, like, working out his demons shit.
And he probably interwove you gotta lose his number for, like, him, the devil, you know, with 666, and I guess, you know, that can at least, you know, for his, you know, audience and his cultish flock, you know, with her number could mean, like, Lilith or some shit. I don't fucking know.
Consider it.
Or I guess Barbie in this case, but whatever, I don't know.
Spell it! The stronghold comes down when you demolish it with the Bible!
Yeah, he's on meth. Dude, he got built up on the meth for this one.
Lamest promo of all time. It took him a long time to actually even smash the Barbie house down. Like that
it took 5 times or something.
I feel like I could have taken most of that shit down with one whack.
I could have done that with one whack.
Yeah.
It did maybe like the first level would have been left, you know, and I would have just went like bam, and then the rest of it would have been flattened. It would have been like a 1, 2, you know, done one, you know, like a 2 and done son, you know, type of, you know, shebang going on there, dude. Like, there would be no way it would take 5 fucking hits. And, I mean, it's even more bulked up because it got Bibles glued on it. It's like, fuck, really? And also, isn't that sacrilegious, you know, to be, you know, defiling a Bible that way?
Generous, but yeah, I agree with Paul.
It's an authentic Korean war. I think my grandfather got in Korea. Well, hey, okay, hold on. Oh, Jesus Christ. I got a bunch of shit to react to, but can we wait? Should lose himself in Death Valley. It's purpose and make him more like Jesus. I mean, most certainly would. Oh, whoops. No.
Yeah, I'm thinking one good one, then maybe one finisher if, like, there's a little bit standing.
Even this scrawny chick is making fun of him for how many hits.
Baby arms! Oh my god! Okay, you know what? She redeemed herself. Alright, you know what? You do you, boo. Alright, you redeemed yourself with that one. Baby arms.
Barbie house. She's like, yeah, that took 5 hits, dude. Yeah, it was kind of a pussy demolition. Especially for having a fucking...
Go back, let's watch it again, dude. Let's watch the destruction again.
Alright, he had a metal bat, so I mean, like...
I don't respect that on the face of it.
Down when you demolish it with the...
I mean, maybe the Barbie dream house is just tough. Like, okay, to be fair, maybe it's just tougher than it looks.
It's not. It's just like cheap-ass plastic. There's no way.
And we don't get how this structure, like, is or whatever the fuck. Maybe it's like...
it's a cheap-ass fucking toy, dude. I've put these fucking things together for my nieces and nephews and shit. Maybe not this exact one, but they ain't, like, fucking tough or nothing. They're cheap, plasticky bullshit.
Yeah, these are not that tough, dude.
They're manufactured at, like, you know, some sort of a Chinese factory, basically. I mean, come on.
Look at this.
Whoa.
Oh, no, dude, those are wussy ass.
Dude, yeah, that was like, meth gives you power. Well, hey, you know, just because he's methed up doesn't necessarily mean he got, like, you know, physical, you know, boosts over that. I mean, it doesn't necessarily help you with coordination and, like, you know, charging up your power ability. Like, I mean, because he got amped up. You saw him, he was like, you know, you gotta hit him with the Bible. Like, he just kind of went at it. Like, he didn't charge that shit. Like, he didn't, like, charge it up or anything. He didn't, like, you know, go Goku style, be like, come on. Like, he didn't do that. Number multiplied by 0 is 0. Yeah, exactly. It's still 0. It gives you 2+ strength. Yeah, but he didn't use it properly. Like, I mean, that's the thing. Just because you get 2+ strength doesn't, you know, like, unless you use it good, I mean, that doesn't really mean much. Like Fallout buff out. But yeah, well, hey, if you're, like, swinging around your sledgehammer or some shit like that, or your super sledge, you know, with your 2+, you know, strength and shit for the extra, like, damage stats or whatever the fuck, like, you know, it don't mean much if you're just, like, swinging it around and hoping you hit something. Like, you actually got to be coordinated with it, you know, to maximize that ability. Should have taken some medics first. Maybe some jets, so, you know, time can slow down and he can, like, really, you know, coordinate that shit, you know what I mean? Oh my god! You should have just took some medics, some jets, some buff out, just take all the Fallout drugs.
Wings! Nah, dude. That's fucking pitiful.
Oh my god, I fucking love Ultra Jet. Ultra Jet, dude, hell yeah.
He was afraid, dude. Like
rapping it at that point. Well, we don't need her commentary.
Dude, he was afraid. Like we hit that shit because if he had some balls, he would hit that with all his might and just smash that thing to fucking pieces.
What?
He didn't want to get hit in the face with it or anything. He was afraid, like a little bitch. He was afraid of the devil's stronghold. This Jet Meth or Buff Out. I don't think either of them are. I think Psycho is meant to be like more like that. Buff Out steroids, right? Pretty much. It's like a steroid pill, I think. While Jet is basically cow methane shit. Like, it's like the methane air vapors of cow shit, basically. Or Brahmin shit, basically. Which, wow, what a great drug. It's amazing. And then there's Med-X, which that I'm pretty sure is just like the equivalent of like morphine or like heroin or some shit. Well, maybe not heroin, but at least like morphine or like, you know, some sort of a, you know, painkiller. Just weird as fuck. Yeah. Wait, hold on, let me see the first link. Or is that link you just sent the same one? She's saying he's acting normal again. Oh my god! Oh, wait, so it is the same link he sent. Oh my god, look at it. Oh my god, look at these kitties. Oh, look at that fluff. Oh, I want to give both of these kitties nothing but cuddles, scritches, and loves. Oh my god. Melting. No, it's different. It's them at night. Oh, what? Really? Oh my god, look at these little sweet gems. Look. Oh my god, look at that little fluff. And look at that handsome little sweet thing. Oh, look at these little sweet things. Oh my goodness, they are so fucking cute. Oh, look at that little fluffy thing. That little Binksy being the little fluffy fuck that it is. All right, I know, I'm getting to it. I had to, you know, check out some other Sheezels. I'll make him laugh. What was this? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the hell? Street girls bringing in sailors must pay for room in advance. What the? Oh my god! What? Oh my lord! Street girls bringing in sailors must... Okay, you know what? I'm saving this. I'm actually gonna save this. That's funny. What the fuck? That's a real sign. Oh my god, that's great. Holy shit, that's so fucking great. Don't ask Grandpa how I got that. I think I have some ideas. I think I have a couple ideas about how that probably happened. Oh my god. I fucking love it. Wow. Oh. Hey, little pup. Is to say he gives paycheck and loses it the same day? Well, you've told me about that. You tell me don't ask, but you've already spilt the beans about that a while back. Well, hello. You just teleported over here pretty quick, didn't you? Come up here. Hello. You little... Oh my god, okay. There you go. It occurs to me that majority of problems in this world stem from people who were never told no or told no too much. Obviously, I sold no too much. I rest my case. And obviously, I was, yeah, kind of the same way, but now I'm just at this point, you know, just, you know, like, rebellious fuck because of it. He doesn't even savor it, he just devours. I know, he's just a savage. He just, like, devours, like, the little fucking beast that he is, dude. Look at him! Hey! Patience! I don't even think he chewed that. Did he even chew that either? Oh my god, he's a vacuum cleaner. Oh my god. Jesus! Look at you, you're just a freak! Fuck that doggo needs protein. I know, dude. He's just like, protein, rattle, ham, turkey. It's protein. Trained by dicks. How would I even do that? And why? Whoa. I mean, he already, like, you know, will punch you in the dick with his fucking paws. These little mitts of his. Look at his little mitt. Look at that little mitt. Little sidewinder. Look at him. He ain't staring at anything else. He won't stare at nothing else. Oh my god, look at ah! Hey! What's up with this? Really? Oh my god, look at this. Jesus Christ. You're fucking sidewinder missile over here. You're a fucking goof. Look at you. Get up here. Oh, get up here. You little fucking little goofball. You silly little throglet that you. Oh my fucking god. You just. Wow. Really? Hold on. Look at his little. Look at him. Look at his little mud. look at this. Fucking little lapdog. It's ridiculous. My goodness. Like, yeah, we gotta adjust you here, dude. You're facing the wrong way. Like, you're literally are facing the wrong way here. Hold on. Come on. And I got your foot stuck. Oh my good lord. Oh. There we go. That works. What's up? What's up? You look very unamused. You big little chunky boy. Whoa. Big little chunkish. Oh, little goof. What a little goof. Train him to go in blood fuck lust whenever he sees a Nazi. So just have Zukov like fuck a Nazi to death? I mean, I don't think he has the package for that. I don't even. He's not like a Saint Bernard or something here. I mean, come on. I mean, could you fuck a Nazi to death? Judging by this look that you're giving me, I don't think you would harm like really anything outside of a bug. Like, you go after flies and other bugs, but you don't really go after anything else. So, honestly, just judging by this look that you're giving me, I don't think so. Oh my god, yeah, oh my god. Yep. Yeah. I don't think that's gonna work out. You fucking little schmuck. You're a goof. That's a goofball. Oh. What are you doing grunting, moaning? He's so goofy. Oh. He just makes his little moans. They're so silly. You're so shitty. Yes, you is. Big little fluffy ball. Big old teddy bear. Big old little teddy bear. Yeah, operating attention. Don't have any money for that. What about brownie points? Yeah, brownie points work. You know, adding a little Dr. Pepper brownie mix apparently makes the brownies taste incredible. No way, dude. Really? I haven't tried it, but I want to. Yeah, well, you're making me want to. That actually does sound pretty good. Boop. Baby. You just got like so much flabby skin all over your face, dude. Your face is so smushable and flabby. Somebody AstroTurf song called Richmond, North of Richmond. I'm pretty sure it's a Confederate country song. Oh my god, you know about Anthony Oliver. Vosh covered it. Dude, that guy also is kind of into JQ shit. Like, he has an actual YouTube channel that he did himself. And there's a playlist on there called Things to Think About or something like that. And there's literally like 3 JQ videos on there. At least 2 for sure, but at least, you know, but at least a 3rd possibly. Like the dude, like, yeah, I mean, I know what you're talking about. I saw that whole thing. I actually saw it on, when he was covering it live. Hey, don't be going near my ear. Ah. What are you trying to do? Like, give me a swirly? Dance to Israeli. Yeah, the 9/11 Dance to Israeli claims and stuff. There's at least 2 videos about that and like 1 other thing or something. You're a worm. You know that? You're a little worm. These little feet. I like how he does not care at all that I fucks with him in any metric like this. Don't care. Like, what? Like, I mean, since when does a dog not give a shit? Oh my god, you're just like, I mean, dude, you enjoy it. Like, you enjoy this shit, you freak. Look at you. You're so goofy. What? Like, you're the only dog that I know that enjoys anything like this, dude. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, good lord. What the fuck? Ugh. I was about the impending war status of the U.S. world at that time. I mean, from my understanding, I think it was really just random people who were having photo op, and you know, like it was just like, you know, literally like kind of circumstantial like timing or something. Like, I think honestly that's probably like the closest, you know, that, you know, could be potentially meritable, but even then, I don't even think there's any real evidence of that. It's just that, like, the U.S. and the FBI basically was literally arresting anyone that could potentially maybe or maybe not have been a suspect, and they just happened to be, you know, related to the Israeli government, I think, to some extent as well. I think it was really just, you know, like, you know, wrong place, wrong time type of situation. I don't really think there is any actual merit to that. Didn't even, like, fucking Donald Trump back in 2016 make a little, like, you know, dog whistle about that at one point? Of course, you deleted, like, bitch too. Except delete. Must have accidentally deleted this week, because I'm sure it'll help moralize this. Wait, what happened here? She could always sit. Wait, is this about that 13-year-old girl? She could always dress him in that should have been aborted onesie, so no one mistakenly knew. What? What? Maybe he should be wearing that. The right can't meme. What do you got here? What about? Please, I'm an adult. I don't have time to waste on those fairy tales. Finally, the 389th movie. Yeah, like Spider-Man, yeah, and also Marvel's and fictional movies and stuff don't, one, justify little genocide, and two, don't actually do genocide. Like, what? I hate these fucking pieces of shit, dude. These right-wing pieces of shit. They're just fucking... Dude, they're just psychotic. I mean, that's just... pretty obvious at this point around here, but, I mean, my god, dude. I mean, it's like... just shit like that really just, like, affirms that even more so, and just, like, it's a nice, good reminder, you know, to be like, yeah, they're that crazy. I mean, honestly, this is kind of benign in comparison to what we were just looking at from earlier with Greg Meth-Headed Locke, you know, so, I mean, a little more tame in comparison, but, you know, some versions are downright evil. Oh, well, okay, alright, well, Mr. Actually Technically over here, I mean, yeah, obviously, if we're gonna, like, break down the expanded, you know, lore and everything about Spider-Man, including all the various iterations and stuff like that, of course, yes, there's a few that have done this, but if we're talking about, like, the main, you know, Spider-Man and, you know, like, Peter Parker himself and stuff, like, then, yeah, no, he didn't do that. Spider-Man's just better. Like, if someone came up to me, like, you can spend 6 hours every Sunday learning about Jesus or Spider-Man, I'm choosing Jesus, duh. No, I'm choosing Spider-Man. It's not even close. I mean, same here. Yeah, no shit. Same thing for me. Yeah, I literally would rather learn about, like, the morality and the life and autobiography of Spider-Man on a spiritual level, you know, versus fucking Jesus Christ himself, so. For stopping from bullying MJ after a Bond of Carnage. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's just one version of many. Yeah, alright. Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, most people are not aware of those. Most people are going to think about Peter Parker, or I guess at this point, like, you know, Miles. Which both of them are inherently good moral characters, you know, for the most part. Granted, they may got their flaws, but they're still considered good characters. They're considered the heroes. Like, most people know about them. I mean, not a lot of people know about these extended, you know, other Spider-Mens. Or Spider-Women, too, to an extent. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of people that do, but, I mean, people are a little bit more casual with it, like I am, you know, won't necessarily know all about it. I mean, to be fair, I do, to an extent. Not as much as you probably do, but, I mean, I definitely have an awareness about, you know, some of those things. But, I mean... You know, if we're talking about, like, just some casual, you know, viewer of these things, they ain't gonna know that. I mean, to be fair, I mean, it was, like, a long time, you know, when I was into Spider-Man stuff, when I didn't know any of that shit, because I didn't realize there was such a expansive lore up until, like, I don't know, the past decade or so. I mean, you know, it wasn't really, you know, up until, like, the latter half of my life that I really realized, like, oh shit, there's more. Oh, wait, there's more! Peter Parker here with extra extended Spider-Man lore. It's like, oh shit, didn't know that. Didn't know that was 1995 plus shipping and handling. Dude, that video from earlier, dude, there's something about that like felt like an ad. Now I just feel like, you know, my brain's on that still. But it's also at least, you know, the Billy Mays version though. At least Billy Mays was good. Well, I mean, you know, at least, you know, for what he was doing. Actually, he was a pretty cool guy anyway. Don't besmirch his name. It was like I don't want to hear anything about that, you know, could potentially have been bad. I'm sure he probably does, but I don't want to know about it. He was wholesome in my mind. I want to keep it that way. Me after work, dude. Oh my god, this is so mean, dude. Yeah, true. We just sat down, someone calls her name. Fuck. Dude, yep. Saved. That's how I feel when I like start these sometimes. May not have sat down, someone called the name, but it's like, shit, need to grab a drink. Shit. Forgot to grab something, you know, from work. Shit, forgot my charger or something. It's like, fuck. It's like I just sat down after work, trying to relax. Fuck. I can't quite yet. Sometimes even my dog will do that to me. Like, I mean, not all the time, but, you know, sometimes, you know, when I will start this, like, the first, like, 10 to 15 minutes, he'll be like, hey, I ate all my food. Slap! And just, like, launches that food bowl into orbit, and it's like, come on, bro. And I'm just like, fuck. It's like, alright, I guess I have to get up, make sure I take care of you. Which would look like, you know, his water and food bowl look like they're pretty good, so. Well, his water bowl looks slow, but I literally just filled that up like 2 hours ago, and he damn near drank all of it. Like, dude, I honestly am surprised with the fucking size of this dog's bladder, by the way. Like, earlier today, I took him on a walk, before I went to work and shit, and before I started my stream, and dude, he, like, I swear pissed at least, like, 5 fucking gallons, dude. Like, I was like, what the fuck? I started pouring, I'm like, I was just looking at him, like, where in the fuck has all this come from? Like, where do you hold all this piss, dude? Like, holy shit. Even I don't piss as much as he does. Like, seriously. Like, I'm not even kidding. He goes longer than I. Because I'll let him out, and I'll go to the bathroom real quick myself, and I'll come back out, and he's still, like, in the same spot, hiking that lake up. And it's like, what the fuck? It's like, it honestly impresses me. Like, he's got a bladder of steel or some shit, dude. It's like, what the fuck? It's 1/10 camel or something. I mean, seriously. I mean, he's like he's a unique little fluff. And also, like, he doesn't, like, shit every day. Well, I mean, he does, but, like, especially with how he eats, you would think he would be leaving some, like, major deuces in the morning. Not all the time. Sometimes it'll just be, like, a little beep. And that's it. And I'm just like, is that it? And you won't be doing another deuce for at least another couple of hours. Until I go back on a break, you know, from work or something, you know, check up on him or something like that. But beyond that, like, I mean, like, he's got a weird, like, gut thing going on. Like, you know, and also, like, a weird bladder thing happening. I don't know what it is. Certainly not canine-like. Certainly alien in nature. You just walked over here with both of these ears flipped over. What the fuck? What'd you do to have those ears flipped over, you? Oh my god, you're so silly. Oh my god, look at those little ears. Oh my god, you're so silly. Do you not care? You don't care. He doesn't have any hats to crap in. That is true, he doesn't. He really doesn't have any hats to shit in. I can't believe that happened that one night. Oh my god. I can't believe when we discovered it too. Oh my lord. The interest band, Riley, the lame 90s clone, so why not Kane? Oh wait, with clone of heroes, kind of a day bag, or oh. Well, I mean, I guess with the third movie they may do that. And it got derailed. I'm just so cute, I get to be fucked in the ass. I'm a goodess. Oh my. Like, fucking really? They introduced Noel in the MCU stat. Can't already interact with him in the comments, so if they don't, that would be a missed opportunity. Yeah, and plus, I would definitely, you know, kind of freshen things up a little bit. Root beer brownie? Root beer brownie float? Yeah, I'll try it. Sounds good. I mean, I want to see the end result, though. I mean, I'm seeing, like, the things that would be added to it, but I want to see the result. Okay, yeah, those are brownies. Yes, I'm aware. I want to see the result! It's slowly but surely loading it up, but... Oh, wait, here, I think I might have passed it. Where is it? Is this it? Wait, I don't... Does it even have... Is there even a picture of it? It's just showing pictures of the ingredients you'd be using. There's not even a picture of the actual end result. I mean, that's kind of lame. There should be. I mean, I'm scrolling through it, and I don't see one. Bruh. Yeah, there ain't. That's bullshit. Yeah, because it shows, like, the brownies, it shows, like, the A&W and everything else. Oh, wait a minute, like, are they actual, like, brownies? Wait, I thought they were, like, a root beer float, like a float. Like, I didn't think they were actually, like, brownies. I thought they're, oh my god, okay, I feel like an idiot, but, like, I mean, you have to at least forgive the idea that I thought it was, like, brownie ice cream mix, like, in a root beer float or something, but no, I would try this still. I mean, I would eat that. I just thought it was something different. Like, I mean, but, yeah, I'd eat those. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, I ain't gonna say no to those. I just honestly thought it was like a root beer float with, like, you know, some brownies in it. That's what I thought. Like, you know, some brownie crumbles, some ice cream, you know, mixed in with root beer float and some other stuff in there. Like, that's what I thought what was going on. I was like, where's the root beer float part? I was looking around for that. I was seeing the A&W, I saw that. And I saw, like, the brownies themselves, and I saw some of the other shit. I didn't, like, I honestly thought, like, oh, they adding this all together into a root beer float or something, but nope. It's just a brownie itself, but hey, still looks good. I definitely would eat it. With a root beer float to wash it down with. In Multiverse Mass, I was just dipping her toes. I want to follow on Horror Saga of the MCU. I mean, that would be actually kind of cool. Because they have dabbled into it before in various different movies and different little bits and stuff, and with, to a certain extent, some characters, but, I mean, they never really have done, like, a actual, like saga. Yeah. Honestly, that'd be kind of an interesting little turn that I think, you know, could work. I think it would at least give a foundation of, like, hey, DC, here's how you actually can make your universe look cool. And, by the way, we're still doing it better than you. So. I mean, honestly, I think that, you know, could work. Because honestly, it's that if they want to do future movies, or future stories. Yeah, well, yeah, Iron Man died, Black Panther died. Yeah, dude, there's a bunch of people. Yeah, what? Yeah, hold on. Yeah, that's what. Seems like a little bullshit. You know, multiple universes could do horror, but then say, here's the alt universe version that survived. Well, I think it's always been implied that there's been, like, the MCU is a multiverse. It really should be like the MCMU. The Marvel Comics Multiverse. Well, I guess really MCM. Because, I mean, there are technically multiple universes all interwoven into one big, like, you know, lore.
Yeah, Mr. Big Balls.
Peach cobbler cheesecake. Oh my god, this looks fucking amazing.
Yeah.
So beautiful. So delicious and beautiful. Oh my goodness.
No. Yeah, that's a good peppers. That's a good peppers. Yeah, oh, you love a good belly scratch, don't you?
Oh my goodness, his little feet are all stretched out, just like. He has his paws just stuck on the door, like the edge of the door, just stretched out like this.
Yeah, okay.
Aww. Oh, he has his little feet hiked up. It's adorable.
Yeah, Mr. Belly Scratch.
Most cat-like dog ever.
Yeah.
So adorable. You sweet little thing.
You know, if you want more Belly Scratch, you gotta come back here.
Moo. What's this? Want to know what cat looks like washed and blow dried? Oh, I've seen these before. Yeah, I've seen people do these with cows. They look super fluffy. Floof. This is what a cat looks like after washed and blow dried. Fluffy milk horse. Fluffy milk horse. I've never heard of a cow described as a fluffy milk horse before. That's new. I've never heard that before. Wait, what the fuck? Fluffy milk horse? Okay. That's new. Never heard that one before. Okay, the more you keep showing me food, the more likely I'm gonna, like, go grab myself some food. Oh my fucking... Whoa. Holy strombolis. I almost wouldn't want to eat it just because of how, like, artistically beautiful this... Like, what? Look at those layers. Oh, it looks so good. Mmm. Someone said it looked like they would produce whipped cream instead of milk. I mean, they probably, I mean, you know, for the cows, I mean, they probably would. Who knows? It's like after you fluff them up and blow dry them, the secret is they actually produce whipped cream. I'm almost done with Lost World audiobook. A T-Rex up the car and comes on it. So yeah, not what I was expecting. Lost World? Wait, really? What the fuck? Whoa. That's new. Jurassic Park. Really? Yeah, I'm serious. Whoa. I'm honestly curious just because, like, no way. Remember that from the movie? Wait, it was in the movie? Wait. Am I being blown away by something that I did not... Wait, what? What is... What? Huh? It's just come like a rope. Wait, what? They included that? Wait, really? No way. No, dude, you're fucking trolling. Venom's trolling. Yeah, I know, he's fucking with us, yeah. He probably saw, like, you know, a porn, you know, animated video. Yeah, he has the collector's edition. Yeah, oh my, yeah, exactly. The extended collector's edition. Yeah, that's what he's got. Yeah, I see what's going on here. Yeah, he's just fucking with us. I mean, but honestly, it's just like, I mean, I did not expect that to be in the book. And I, of course, I'm not surprised they took it out. Though for shock value, they probably should have put it in there just, you know, I mean, they should have just taken some notes, you know, from Baldur's Gate. Like, you know, they should have came to the future, see the release of Baldur's Gate with the whole, like, bear fucking thing that, like, happened before the game release and shit. And just, you know, went with that. Like, it's like, hey, guess what? T-Rex fucking a car. Yeah. Just like in Baldur's Gate 3, it's like, hey, guess what? You get the fucking druid that morphs into a bear and that bear fucks you. It's like, whoa. Oh, jeez. I'm all okay with shock value with random shit like that. I mean, we need more shock value anyway in media. Like, I mean, no one wants to be, like, shocking or, like, try to push the envelope and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, granted, it's probably a little over the top, at least with some stuff, you know, but, hey, you know what? Whatever. I mean, it wouldn't be, you know, like, pushing the envelope if it, you know, wasn't like that, you know what I mean? Gotta at least do that a little bit. I mean, just for the sheer fact that, I mean, you know for a damn fact that it's going to, like, you know, at least get clicks and views and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, there's always, it's just for that virtue alone. That silly dog. Stephen King wrote it, can have a multiplayer session of, well, yeah, Stephen King's, yeah, he doesn't have, like, a couple books that have some weird shit like that in it. I mean, I think he's had a couple of books like that, but I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's only one. Hey, little floof. What's up? What are you doing? You're just staring at the door, you little weirdo. You want to follow him around? What, is he giving you all the love and attention? Now you want to be with him instead? Oh my god, now yeah, it is. Like, you poked your head for the fucking door because you want his attention now? You're a jerk. What a jerk. Alan Wake 2 got pushed back because Spider-Man 2. Probably for better, I mean, if you think about it. If everything holds. Okay. I mean, that could happen. I mean, you know, Alan Wake might wait until around the Christmas time, too. I don't, which they could still potentially grab it, you know, with that, but not as likely. And the thing is, like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it makes sense just because, like, if you got, like, you know, a lot of people that, you know, are going to be hyped up for one game that's going to be released, I mean, it would not be in the best interest to release your game around that time. I mean, you want to wait a little bit until that, like, hype dies down a little. Go to page 8. And do find in page of your browser and the word froze. Last result, read after. Wait, what? Yeah, wait, hang on. Yeah, wait, what? What you taught? Wait, what? I don't like it's based on Stephen King stories. It would be better or wait till Halloween, in my opinion. Yeah. Or maybe around Thanksgiving or something like that. A little croissant. You look like a little croissant. Curled up in a little ball. What a lazy little thing. Set of froze, search cam closer. Ah. Okay, how am I? Okay. I mean, considering I'm on mobile, I don't know if it's gonna work as well. Like, what in the? Wait, is this page 8? Wait, so. Okay, wait, so what am I? What was it again? Came closer. Wait, how would I be able to? How would I look that up? Back up. Should have find in a page feature in Chrome. Oh wait, here we go. Yeah, I do. Oh fuck, hold on. Oh, here we go. Stepped away and walked in front of the car. It turns back to this. It simply sat there. Then after a moment began to wriggle in motion, making a little squeak. What the fuck? What the fuck? Well, yeah, that... Yeah, thick white paste, dude. I know. Yeah, hold on. Is it jerking off? No, it fucked the car. Tyrannosaurus sat down on the hood, tilting the vehicle, pushing the bumper to the ground with its enormous weight. At first, it did not move, but simply sat there, and then after a moment, began to wriggle its hips back and forth in a quick motion, making a metal squeak. Thorne stood again, the car sprang back up, and Thorne saw a thick white face move across the hood. Tyrannosaur immediately moved away, heading down the game trail to sprint into the jungle. Like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, it's a quick little burst, but it's just so random, and just, what? I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, you weren't kidding. That's... Yeah, that was there. It fucked the car. That's great. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god. What the flying fuck, dude? Dude, man. The human imagination is so fucking strange, isn't it? Man, I mean, I did say I was curious. I mean, honestly, because, yeah, I found out. I fucked around and found out. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? I'm figuring like TS6 car. Oh my god. Well, that I feel like that's going to be the thick white paste bow that is gonna wrap this up, I think. I mean, oof. I'll top this bad boy off. Then get myself some food that isn't gonna be. Well, never mind. I'm just gonna stop. It's the most out of left field sex scene, second only to the scene in It. If you read the book, you know what I mean. I only know about the wait, what? So wait, fucking what? We just talked about that one. Wait, what? Fucking beg your pardon? I did not know this. I'm having some revelations that I did not know I was gonna be having tonight. What the fuck? The one sewer where they get lost. Where they get lost? Oh. Oh, okay. It started coming back to me. Super uncomfortable, honestly. Yeah. Dude, Stephen King, like, you got some issues you need to work out, buddy. You got some other things going on there that you need some help with. Need some therapy. Something happened to you when you were a child. He just said it. Trying to avoid, but Venom just keeps ripping that hangnail right off. I know, dude. Yeah, what a great road to wrap things up with. And on the 420 mark, too. Smoke of him got him. Stay, just got here. Well, hey, you could watch. We could watch what you lost. How about that? Dino Humpers. Anyway, so I'm gonna call it before it gets even more chaotic. So anyway, peace out, and of course, I'll be back around for the next one. All that type of shit. So, can't interact. Well, post a comment or something. I don't fucking know. Anyway, peace out. See y'all in the next one. So.